holding my hand in the darkness, seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on, I wake up paralyzed. Ghostly apparition hovering over me, asking what it wants to know. I'm shaking now, it calls out my name, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, The depths of the ocean we gather in splendor. Sunken ships and treasure. Luring sailors with our songs. Hypnotic hymns.
All right, folks. All right. Welcome to PRT. I am your host, Josh Turner. Welcome to PRT. Join us in the real reality. The reality is that work is sucking right now. Sucking. You know what that means? When it's just not, things aren't going good. They're just not. We need work. Like those skits when they would do the Mr. T on Saturday Night Live with the cartoon. I need work, fool. I need work. Everybody's looking for work. Everybody's coming to me in droves trying to get work. We don't have work. We don't have work. Got people quitting, man, going and getting other jobs or, whatever, because they can't handle just being on part-time. They need full-time work. You got people lowballing, all these new companies coming out lowballing everybody. Man, it sucks. I don't know what we're going to do. I may have to start working. We have a schedule. We have everything set up, man. Everything's ready to go for the rest of this month. Everything's ready to go for March. And then all of this crap. And now I might have to cut back on some of the shows so I can work. I'm going to have to go work myself so we can, and more than just what I'm already doing, I may have to go and sit 10, 12-hour shifts so I can survive. God dang it. We were hoping to have good news today, and, well, if that goes, let's see. The show has been one of the bright spots. But, we're not there yet. We're just not ready to be able to just, throw everything into doing the shows. I wish we were. I wish we could. But if it comes down to me having to cut back and do less shows and just work more, it is what it is. I don't want to cut out the Monday show. But I got to decide how we're going to do this. Let's just pray about it, everybody. That's all we can do. Richard, how you doing tonight, man?
Hey, buddy.
Let me get my headset in here. I don't even have my ears in.
Well, that's a bit of a pain, eh? Sorry to hear all that, pal.
Yeah, I just, and I'm just don't want to have to cut back, on because we have a lot of momentum and we got the new channels going and everything, but the problem is we're just not making enough to keep, we may not be making enough to keep it going, we eventually will make enough to justify it, being, but right now we're not. That's a problem. It's just.
Is it a slow season or is it just the way that everything's going?
Yeah, it's a slow season, but the thing is, we usually it's slow between early to mid-October to early to mid-January is kind of our slow time. It's already almost March, dude.
Yeah,
and work has not picked up like we would have hoped. Thank you, Beyond the Box. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we've been completely dead as well, so I understand the sentiment.
What, dumpster diving behind Tim Hortons is slow?
Yeah, everybody's eating all their food.
Because it's so expensive, they don't know when they're going to get more. That's probably
pretty much.
the global economy. Well, it looks like we're headed toward a serious depression.
Canada's got the worst or the same GDP right now as Alabama or Mississippi.
Really?
Yeah. And you know how well they're doing.
They're trying to destroy you guys.
But you talk to the average boomer out there and they're like, oh, we got the right man in power right now and blah, 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 blah. He knows what he's doing. And it's like, yeah, he knows what he's doing, but he's not doing what you're thinking he's doing, sir.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing for sure.
Yeah. No, they're well aware of what's happening. And
Are most of the boomers over there, like, are they lefties over there? What are they doing?
Oh, they're pieces of dog crap, dude. We have, honestly, Canada is one stunned bag of C words. They are it's unfreaking believable. Oh, he returns. What's up, bud?
Well, I know this. A lot of the boomers here are on the right, but a lot of the boomers over there, from what I've heard, are on the left. I mean,
they're all lefties.
There's like a stronghold of boomers here in Austin that are they're on the left, and they are nutbags, dude. And they'll say things to you too, and you're just like, what are you? Like, I was literally eating at this place called Magnolia Cafe several years ago. It closed during the scam, whatever. It closed, and so I was eating dinner, and it had nothing to do with these people, like nothing at all. My conversation had nothing, and they just started talking loudly about what I was talking about. Giving their opinions loudly to one another, and I was like, these people. I guarantee you they probably got the JAB about 800 times.
Yeah.
Probably not even here anymore. It's like they get up there with St. Peter.
It's fascinating.
Like, so what happened to you?
Oh, yeah, it's fascinating technology, bro. Yeah.
They had a heart attack at the old age of 32.
Sorry, guys. I don't mean to talk over you there.
No, you kept trying, but we kept stopping it. It was good team effort. Here, give me some dap on that one there. Yeah. Thank you. Because he keeps on with that.
You got to shut these Canadians.
You can't be like Chaplain Tony. Just wait your turn and be like, hey, I'm a respectful person. No, this is you right here. See what I'm saying? Like this is your show. You know what I'm saying?
It's the ADHD where you get real excited to put your opinion in.
We're messing with you. I was doing that on purpose. Chaplain Tony, how are you today? How are you doing, sir?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the last two shows. I tried to get ready for them, but YouTube wouldn't let me find you.
Oh, they've hidden me, dude. Don't you know that? I'm a horrible guy.
And but I've got your main page saved, so I was able to find you real easy by just going to your main thing and going from there. So
yeah, they don't suggest me to anyone.
I'm sorry?
They don't suggest me to anyone. They're just like, stay away from that guy. You know what I mean? That's what they're kind of. That's what their thing is now.
Well, I'm probably the only less popular guy on YouTube than you.
Yeah, I doubt it. There's a lot of people who, if you have a certain point of view that makes sense, they're like, nope, yeah. They don't like it. That's why I said my strong opinions for the Patreon / or the what do you call it? The members only.
Yeah. Well, if you're a Christian anti-communist, it's not good for you here.
No.
Anti-communist, anti-Zionist. So
which makes you wonder because, I said this before about, old Germany during World War II. Like, we're starting to see a lot of stuff is starting to come out, and people are starting to go, oh, man. Like, we're starting to see the truth about Patton. People are dropping videos about what he said and what he didn't say. His daughter, before that, that they shut her down, she was in France. And they asked her why she was living in France. She says, I don't feel safe in the United States.
Yeah, she knew what they did to her dad.
She said they killed my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And Thank you, Debbie Cawthorn.
Thank
Look
you
at
so
that.
much,
See,
Debbie.
that just helps us so much. And now we just need about 400 more of those. And if y'all could kindly oblige people of the audience, I will not hate you. Fine. I do hate you.
And kids, if you go into your mom's purse and grab your mom's credit card and just send us all the numbers on that card.
I would still not use them because I am not on an Indian bot farm. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
Sir, do not redeem the card.
You send your card number. No one will take anything. I promise you.
You need to get the 1 month gift card, sir. Do not redeem the code. Just
I had
send
one
me the
of them.
code, sir.
He was so mad. He was trying to sell me sparklets. And I was like, I don't need water. It is the best water. It tastes so good. And I was like, this is not even. So I looked it up. You can look it up. It was a scam. They like, this is a scam.
Yeah.
And he goes, look, I can sell you this. And then he switched it up, started saying he could sell. I was like, what kind of water do you usually drink? I said, Ozarka. I can sell you Ozarka. Now, I could have said bubbleless fish eye. He'd be like, I sell you bubbleless fish. That dude got so mad. Just give me the credit card. I promise you will have delivery. He started getting mad. And then we started talking shit. Then he started talking shit back.
1,000 curses on you and your cow.
He was talking so much trash. We were talking shit back and forth.
Yeah.
Then he called back. I just messed with that guy. I said, man, I wish I had your kind of time where I could just sit here and play around, but I got things to do. You know what's funny, though? Here's what's funny. There was a guy, this is a true story. There's a guy named Isaiah who I was interviewing, right? And so I had clicked over, and that was when this dude started with his crap. I said, it's a telemarketer or whatever, spam, whatever. And so the guy was still on the line. Like, for whatever, I guess I clicked back over. So the dude, Isaiah, he's actually pretty funny. He gave me a story, right? I already told his encounter on the show. So I told that dude, I said, well, you want to hear him? And he goes, well, I don't care, whatever. Dude's from South Texas, right? So the dude gets back over, and he was listening. This dude, so then he started chiming in, and we started talking shit to this dude. And this dude, he was getting so mad. He was like, I could sell you a sparklet. He didn't call it sparklet. He called it sparklet. Sparklet. I sell you a sparklet. I said, dude, I don't need sparklet. What is sparklet? It is the best tasting, most nutritious water. And I'm like,
this is only water better for you than the water from the Holy Ganges River.
Would they eat the people?
Yeah.
And I was like, I told him that too. I was like, are you I called him an Agori. I was like, are you an Agori? No, I would never do that. This is so gross. I said, I hear they eat people. I was like, was your mom one? He goes, heck no. Brother, no. I would never do this. A horrible, nasty thing you were to talk about. I said, yeah, you did. You ate upon those people. Don't lie. And then he was like, no, look, this is for serious water. And I said, water? I was like, I don't want that. I don't want it. I sell you the machine, everything, $192. You paid it on your credit card. And then he was getting mad. I said, did y'all eat up on the booty too? He's like, what do you talk about? What the booty? I said, the booty. Did y'all eat up on the booty too? Did y'all eat the booty? He said, I don't eat the booty. Why did you talk about this? This is gross.
We do not eat the booty in India, sir.
These people are trash people. Nobody like them, but they hate them people. I said, dude, you probably ate them. You ate. I said, if you eat Indian street food, you're gonna eat that. And the guy Isaiah was laughing. He was laughing so hard. And he was like, don't be lying. Don't be lying. Y'all know y'all make barbacoa. I don't know what barbacoa is. Barbacoa. I don't eat barbacoa.
Barbacoa ass.
And I was like, you were eating barbacoa culo. And dude was getting so mad, dude. And he called back, cussing me out. He goes, you know what you are? You are a piece of shit. I said, really? I'm a piece of shit. I said, okay. All right, Sanji, whatever. I got tired of it. I said, I got to go. I got to interview this guy. He's talking about something. And I tease, what does he talk about? His stupid things. Like, that's his info, right? I said, no, we're talking about ghosts and Bigfoot. You are so stupid. You believe dumb trash things, stupid things. I said, okay, goodbye.
You are speaking poop to me, sir.
You are speaking shit to me. But yeah, it was good fun. We had fun. I remember.
I like answering
he threatened to beat me.
I like answering the phone. Tell them that this is Homer's exotic animal rental, and Dolly the black sheep is the special of the month. Are you Muslim? No, we don't rent animals during the religious holiday.
Yeah, exactly.
So much.
It was so funny. There was this one black dude who called us, and I started talking mad trash to this dude because you know, in his defense, I did owe money for a phone bill. Like I did owe money for that phone bill because I had a burner phone or whatever, and I was like getting tired of. I had 2 phones, so I said, let me get this. I let one of these kiosks talk me into getting the thing or whatever, and so he says, you need to pay your phone bill. He's real professional at first, and he's like on Office Space. I used to be addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
Like not like, but he didn't say that, but he was doing the whole spiel, And I said, I said, how many people have you beat up and held up at gunpoint? He got so mad. This racial profiling. I said, I don't even know who you are. What? Because I'm black. I said, I didn't even know you were. I was like, you're the one that's talking. I said, I just know that if you're doing that job, because I used to do a job like that, call people up and try to get donations and stuff, and I couldn't do it. I said, I know you probably have a criminal record. He goes, I do have a criminal record. And I said, well, you're an effed up dude. I said some crazy stuff to him. He's like, where you at? I come over, I'll whoop your ass. He said it. He called back. My brother answered the phone. So he goes, hey, this telemarketer's starting to beat us up. I was halfway tempted to give him my address. I said, come over here. Come over to my house. My dogs will eat your ass, bro, for real. I had 2 mean ass dogs, dude. So somebody broke into that house. The beginning of the second year we lived there, and my dogs tore with the guy's arm off. Like I've told this story probably before on the show. So the guy he lived. He was a Mexican national, right? He had a moist back, let's put it that way, and he was walked over to the store and collapsed at the store, which the manager over there was this big, tall gay dude, right? And he calls me. I'm at work at my job, whatever. Him and the guy that used to work there. The guy that used to work there had a martial arts school, and he was getting it started. So he was a clerk there, and I was good friends with that guy. And so the manager and everybody, they knew me, man. They would just come in there and let us get free soda. Like they give you a cup, whatever, because we live across the street. They knew us, right? And that guy goes, hey, I hate to bother you at work. I got your number from Danny. I hope it's okay that I called you, but there's a man with no arm in my parking lot. He's dying. Came out of your house. And I said, really? Because I'm at work. And he says, I think he was trying to break in. And his face is chewed up. And I said, let me get over it. I don't know what's going on. He didn't really know what was going on. So I went and told the owner, I said, hey, I got to go, man. I was head of security and training to be assistant manager at that time. I said, look, man, I got to go home and see what the hell this is, what's going on. I get there, dude. I go inside my apartment, or what's the apartment? I'm sorry, it's a house. I go inside the house. Cops come in behind me, and dude, my dogs had blood all over their mouths. So this dumb bastard had broken in through my brother's window, and I guess he had his arm in, and I'm thinking it was probably my Mastiff. He was kind of the alpha, dude, because we had 3 dogs, but the German Shepherd was still young, but he was pretty bad too. But dude, can you imagine that? You break in, because they weren't like barkers, you know what I mean? My dogs were real sneaky, so they probably sat there watching him come through, and he didn't hear them. And then, boom, boom, boom. So the neighbors that lived right next door to us, she came out and she was like, yeah, she goes, we just heard screaming, yelling, and your dog's going crazy. And so they tore this dude's arm. It was still on his body, but it was like just, dude, it was crazy, dude. I wish back then we didn't have phones to take pictures. You had Snake on your phone, So I was like, I ran back inside to get a disposable camera, and they were putting him in. He was already on the gurney, like laying there going, oh, and I was like, is he gonna die? And the police were like, or the EMS people were like, I don't know. He's lost a lot of blood. There's blood everywhere. I said, well, I hope he does. And there was this girl standing there at the store, and she's just like, how can you be so cold like that? I said, because you just broke into my house. I looked right at her. I was like, I hope him and the other guy got away. There's 2 of them. Mm-hmm. But and my one dog was the German Shepherd. He was running around the yard all, So my dog got out through the window, and the other one, the big one, he was bigger one. He was inside, and he had blood all over his mouth. It was gross. So I had to go out in the backyard and wash him off, dude. And this is these guys' blood. I don't know what these guys have, or you know what I mean. Like let's just put it this way. I didn't let my dogs touch me for a couple days, man. I was like, they come up and try to pet me. I pet them, whatever. Don't lick me. I don't want, whatever. I don't know what the hell that guy could have, So it was a mess. And my brother was so mad, dude. He was so pissed off, dude, because they bled all over his wall, He's a freaking windows. And I was like, well, better you than me. Dude. Oh shit, dude. Yeah.
Left arm or right arm?
I think it was his right arm.
Oh, he's lucky it wasn't his left.
Yeah, actually. But he's gonna go back to Mexico with just one arm. They're gonna call him Lefty for the rest of his life now.
Yeah, for real.
Willie Nelson wrote a song about him. Pancho and Lefty. But Pancho left him, I guess. So he just and so he got arrested, and then they cops called me, asked me about it, like, what I wanted to press charges, where they're like, well, he's gonna get deported. I'm like, what for what? What what am I gonna do? He's gonna go to whatever, get deported. But that was years ago. That was a long time ago. And we had 2 times we almost got broken into. One was a former roommate who tried to break in. And, my dog was cool with him, but that dog was, the second dog was not. So that dog went after him and bit him. And, but he got away. But we know that he did it because my other friend called me and was like, hey, this dude came over to my house and his leg has been bitten by a dog. And he had popped off about he was going to break into my house. He had told somebody about it. So I knew it was him. So he ended up going to jail. And he got on drugs. It wasn't anything between me and him. He just got on drugs and he was like, I need money. And I used to have a safe, and he thought he was going to break in and steal. And my dogs were on, soul patrol, dude. Them dogs, boy, take your soul, man. They'll eat you, dude. So, yeah. And I trained those dogs.
You got a lot of crazy stuff going on, Josh.
Well, not now. Not so much now. My animals are pretty under control. But, I got to say this, though, Drake. Those guys are actually fortunate that I wasn't there.
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other day. It's ironic or funny, ironic. It's like one of life's ironies that as terrible as it was that they got their arm torn off and were just attacked by a vicious dog. They got off easy. Like that, they should be happy because if you were there, that they wouldn't have left.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, better than getting ventilated.
Yeah, and I was thinking about it, and I thought, man, like the whoever that guy is, if he's even still alive, like he's probably living his whole life thinking like that's the most traumatizing thing, the most painful, traumatizing experience of my entire life, and he has no idea how close he came to being in the hands of like what would have amounted to like a Cenobite from the Hellraisers, Like, dude, you have no idea that like we really are like floating on a black sea of infinity. Like H.P. Lovecraft said, you don't know what monsters are out there and how close you come to being like within their grasp, to the point that it's fortunate that you only encountered a dog who tore your arm off. That's scary to think.
That was a different person back then. Like it would have been like horrible for them. I mean, just I got some stories, man. I could just never. I can't tell them on here. I have to go to Rumble or something, to talk about. Scorpions in the house. Where's my brother at? I don't see my brother. Yeah, Scorpion said, yeah, Ivan and Caesar didn't play. Nope. Those dogs were mean. Joe Green, bro. They're real deal Holyfield, man. And Ivan was so disciplined. He would stand there right next to me very quietly and just kind of wagging his tail. But if I said anything to him, that's it. I mean, I could make him attack anybody. I don't care how long he knew you. You might have been cool. You might have petted him, gave him treats, whatever. It don't matter. I mean, as soon as I tell him, hey, it's on, So Anthony Ceballos is here. He's in the there he is right there. Sounds pretty interesting. Texas Wraith Hunters. We want to get him on. Is this our other co-host? He's here.
Oh, certainly better than have a person trying to break in your house than a werewolf tapping the back door of your house. That was extremely unpleasant, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that scared the shit out of me all the time. I couldn't
Wow.
accept it for the first, like, freaking, like, few minutes. I was thinking, is it the street lights? Well, no, the street lights aren't on. How can this be? And then it began tapping the window. And then I'm going to get scared of them. I'm going to tap on the counter in the room or set of attachment to do it. That's when I jumped out of my skin and ran downstairs.
Hey, Wolf, was it you that fielded that report where the dog man had come in through the doggy door and he had like one arm in the doggy door and his head
Yes.
in the doggy door? Yeah, that was
Yeah.
terrifying.
Mhm.
That's freaking terrifying.
But there was more than one. There's been about 3 or 4 of those. What's weird
Right.
is I fielded a report. I think I was the first one. I fielded one. It was in Michigan. That one was Michigan. I remember that, and it was a woman. And then there was another one. There was a dude that went on to Vic's show and talked about it. I had talked to him, but he ended up telling the story to Vic. I said, just tell him, because he wanted to tell his own story. It's great. Tell your story, man. Let people know what the heck is going on. What's going on, Mr. Ceballos? How you doing, man?
How y'all doing tonight?
Good, man. Well, sucks being broke. I hate that. I'm wearing silver now instead of gold.
I like silver.
I do too. I just don't have a lot of it, man. I put so much money into gold that But no, there's a lot of silver jewelry, man, that I've wanted to get made over the years, and I never did. I just didn't, but I have all this silver now, and if you wear it, then it becomes a prop. So that's a little tip for people, but if you're just buying, just the bullion or the coins or whatever, remember, you have to pay tax when you sell or whatever. But yeah. So obviously last night was pretty eye-opening. We were talking about something, with Donkey Lady Bridge. I feel like that kind of vindicates you in every which way. If anybody doubted you at all. And I got another report from Ashley said her name. Well, Ashley Madrano. She told me her story, and I can, I don't think she cares if I say her last name, but she had an encounter there too. And she's from Northwest San Antonio, but they went to Donkey Lady Bridge thinking, oh, this is cool. Let's go out here and see if we see a ghost, or the donkey lady, because some people think that there's like a donkey lady out there.
Yeah.
And some people just, they don't realize there's a whole lot more out there. And San Antonio, for my money, there's 2 places when it comes to the cities. San Antonio is heads above. It's the most haunted place in Texas as far as per capita, right? I mean, not per capita, per hauntings, because it's a big city, but there's so many places that are haunted. But then you have Fort Worth. And I had a weird experience at the stockyards. In fact, years ago, I went there with some friends, and my friend, like this was, of course, once again, we didn't have those. Everybody had a phone on the camera. We took a picture, and behind me, there's what looks like a person fading away, and it looks like an old cowboy. But my friend had the picture. I don't know whatever happened to it, but yeah, that's the stockyards, really haunted place there. But San Antonio is a one haunted son of a gun.
It is.
Sure. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let's start with number one. I know what Anthony's probably going to say because of what down there, and I'll let him talk about that down Donkey Lady Bridge. I'll talk about the downtown area because downtown was a bloody battlefield, and everybody died. There was a bookstore I went into. I went into a bookstore. I don't know if it's still there. There was a flag store. They used to sell flags there, and it was in the River Center Mall. And I remember there was a bookstore like right there. And I was talking to some of the ladies there about the hauntings. It was late. It was almost 9 o'clock. The mall was closing. And I ran in there to grab a book I wanted to get. And funny thing, it was a Brad Steiger book. I wanted to buy a book. I was like, because I'd seen I was walking by. And I said, oh, he's got a book out, whatever. So I ran in. This years ago, back in the 90s. And I remember talking to them about how haunted it was. And while we were talking, a book went and flew off the shelf.
Hmm.
And we all were
Of course
like,
it did.
yeah, it was crazy. And if you go to the ghost tours, they'll tell you that stuff happens all the time. And one of the guys on the ghost tour was telling us that, and I met a psychic on that ghost tour who actually came to my house. She brought people from San Antonio to my house, and they picked up all kinds of crap, EVPs, and and back then I didn't know anything. It was like save it on the computer, or whatever. I didn't, but yeah, they picked up all kinds of stuff. She's like, your house is very haunted. I was like, yeah, it is. It was very haunted. And back then too, in the 90s, you didn't have what we have now, where you can just get on the computer and just talk to bunches of people and be
Yeah.
like, hey, so now you have that ability. And I just remember when Mr. Ceballos was on the show, when Wraith was on the show, him talking about going through the portal. And then when I heard these guys tell this encounter with this dog man, which I don't think it was a completely physical thing because of, what Nathan saw. It looked like it was fading in and out of our world, and then it backed up. It backed up and kind of disappeared into a shadow. These things were more like shadow beings manifesting. But the scary thing is that one of them was killing a deer, But there's a lot of places in San Antonio, and then I'll let you talk about it, Sabaz, but he can attest to this too, like Black Swan Inn.
Oh, that place is infested.
It is so bad there, dude. You can't even breathe in that place. I had to get out of that house. The lady that owned it was there, and she's like, yeah, this is one of the more haunted places. I believe there's a demon above, and I'm like, that's where her daughter would sleep. And I was like, what? And it was the Paracon, or what was it called? The Paranormal Festival, or what?
Yeah, it was like some San Antonio. It wasn't Paracon.
No,
like,
Paracon is an annual thing.
Yeah.
So is that, but it's two different things.
I forgot what that
Paranormal
one was
Festival.
called. It's a big paranormal festival.
It's in
they have.
October.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
they had
that's
food
cool.
there, and a lot of people from the paranormal community there. A few cryptid people were there. Ken Gerhard was there with Ann Celine. But we were all there hanging out. And Ken was talking at that time, I remember. And so I went into the house, and it was you and me and Ann. And it was just so... Nellie declined because Nellie's very sensitive. Yeah. So we go in there, and I felt like something was squeezing my heart. Mm-hmm. I just told Ann, I got to get out of here. They stayed in there for a little bit longer, but that place is like 40 something acres, and it's in the mid. It just looks like the old days. Like it's just, that's all there is. But then if you just go outside of there, there's city and streets, and it's kind of like
modern day San Antonio.
Yeah. That's how Austin is. There's all these places that are kind of tucked back in a corner somewhere, and you just kind of feel like you're out of time somewhere. But San Antonio is like that in a lot of places. So Wraith, tell us what your thoughts were on this, or what you think about this stuff going on over here in the Donkey Lady Bridge.
Well, on that part, I'm glad that I finally got some validation because I think I was on your show maybe 3 years ago. I moved here. This is my second year, and I moved here to San Antonio from West Texas, and that's when I had spoken to you. So it was about 3 years, something like that. And I moved here specifically just because of the forest, and San Antonio, the paranormal scene, but mainly the forest, which is actually right down there for me. And so I've been going to that place for about almost 5 years now. Ever since we first encountered this place, we just stumbled on it. We were looking for anything we were just bored. We were out here doing a show. My son is a music artist, so we did a show, and we just ended up going to this place. And then everything that happened that night, that literally just changed our lives. And that is the first time that we crossed over the gateways. And we weren't looking for anything like that. Even at that time, what I mean by they changed my life, because I've heard about alien abductions and Bigfoot and cryptids and all this stuff. I really wasn't into all that. If somebody talked about being abducted by a spaceship or whatever, okay, cool. That wasn't really my thing. My thing was more just strictly paranormal, just spirits and ghosts and the bumps in the night. But that place made me a believer. And there's ETs in there. There's Bigfoot. There's cryptids. There's the paranormal, the spirit, the ghosts. Everything you can think of is in that place. And like I said, I've mapped out a good majority of the area. The ghost hunters here in San Antonio won't go there, which is kind of great. But then the way I could never get that validation, so I was always, telling people go check it out, because I wanted them to experience. I knew it was something going to happen, and so kind of using them for bait, I guess, to validate me. And then when I heard this last night, I mean, it was awesome because I've been criticized so much. I've been on many podcasts. I have my own podcast that I've talked about it. That forest got a really good following to this day. But once I started talking about portals and I started talking about timelines, quantum jumping, downloads, it kind of started going, okay, well, all right, well, all that stuff. So, and I've seen lately here that a lot of people are talking about, like on TikTok, they're talking a lot about, timelines now. We're in this timeline, we're in that time, we're quantum jumping. Yeah, I was talking about that a few years ago when everybody was making fun of me. And now, so last night was really awesome because to hear that from two other people that had the same encounters, and I know exactly what they're talking about. I would like to know where the guys went, where they think that they saw the dog man, because he said they didn't go in very far. Because if you go straight across the bridge, you go to it's a dead end street. That's the old road, and then when you make a left and you follow that curve, it goes so far before it hits some switchbacks. So I don't think they went past those switchbacks.
40 minutes walk in. How much can you do in 40 minutes? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, if they went into the forest, because I think you said they went in there. So I don't know how far. I don't think they went past that. It's because that place, the way I've mapped it out, it's like I always describe it like a neighborhood. You got this neighborhood, which if you look at it from satellite, you see this big square. This is one neighborhood, and this is another area, and this is another area. And that's the way that I've mapped this place out. So each place, you can literally be in there and walk, and then you'll walk so far, and you'll cross, just say, the railroad tracks. I'm just saying that for an example. And you're in the south side or something, whole different area you don't really want to be in. And each place has its own beings and its own guardians, its own tribes in that area. So my area has always been past the bridge. Now, I've never investigated really the donkey lady legend. I actually can't even stand it because there's so much more past that bridge. But normally just the kids go there or, trying to get, scared. There has been some investigators that have gone, some credible investigators have gone during the daytime, got the crap scared out of them, which is right at the beginning, but nobody ventures in as far as that I've gone. And that's where you got to go into the forest. And like I said, I've gone up to 6 miles where there's a big house on the other side. I named that side Jurassic Park because you go through these big gates. They look like the beginning of Jurassic Park where they're going in, the big gates open up. And that side it's a whole nother thing. And there's 3 different entrances to this place, to the forest. It's not just that jet road. And so it's, I've been at the beginning of it, I was coming back home with bruises, to the hotel. And I didn't feel them then, but once I was at the hotel, but it started to lighten up when I started to really do the research on the land. It's all about the land. This place is the indigenous land. It was the Puyallup tribes. There was 10 tribes there. When they started building the Applewhite Dam in 1981, that's when they discovered the artifacts, dating them back 10,000 years. So they stopped that. So that whole forest is actually right now protected. It'll never be built on or anything. So that forest is still the same as it was thousands of years. So when you take 10,000 years of generations of indigenous people, where did they bury them? They buried them there. 2000, I think 20, it's when they started building the trailways. So they literally just went through there over cemeteries. The bridge was built in 1917. Then in the 50s and 60s when they started, the donkey lady thing came out and go and honk your horn. But we've never really done that. We've always gone from the beginning, what was shown to us, we've gone past that. And plus you get away from all the kids that go there and everything. But there's the blue orbs that the lady saw. Those are on that. They come from the right side. They start off small. I had pictures of those. I don't know if you got those pictures that I sent you.
Yes.
So what they've encountered, there's if you probably just name it, I probably can tell you where it's at. And I've come back. I've gone on my mountain bike one time. I was being trying to be all Hondo and everything, and I left my phone in the truck. So I'm going to go in there just because I used to like to go in there right before dawn, right when dusk, and then get dark on me when I'm coming out, so I would get lost. Yeah, those are prints. Now I don't know what you can make out of it, but it looks familiar to me.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's a Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's actually right there at the entrance, right past the bridge.
Yeah.
That's just some of them. That's a tree. That's one of them was turned upside down, but it's big. It's a big thing. That when you, like I said, I still have my skeptic mind, and I did meet an individual there. I think the second year I was going there, and that was funny though because he was walking back. He was walking out, and he had a backpack. And I just asked him, I was trying to find that house. And he said, well, the house is like 6 miles. You got to go in there. And he starts talking about, he called it a stamina, the Bigfoot. It's got many names. So he starts talking about it. And then he starts showing us pictures of how they bend the trees, how they break them, and they mark them. Everything you see on these documentaries. And like I said, at the time, I still wasn't really into all this stuff. I was still looking for the other things, And what was funny about that story with him is that he ended up being he was in the Air Force and one of the bases here.
Oh yeah.
And it was funny though because after I talked to him, I said, when I was talking to him on the phone, I said, what did you carry in that backpack? I was just curious, and I just asked him that question. He says, I kind of had a feeling. He says, well, I carry wine and I carry tobacco and food, and I do offerings to the stamina. I says, you talking about Bigfoot? And he goes, yeah. So he goes, I actually go into the forest. But what's interesting about meeting them is that I think the Air Force is really strict on your mind, on your mental, So I don't think he's out there just telling them I'm out here looking for Bigfoot on my downtime. And so you have an active military person, government person looking for Bigfoot in there. There's more to this place than San Antonio says.
Yeah, look at that. Now
that one right there is on the other side of the Donkey Lady Bridge. It's not even on that side. It's a totally different side of the forest. That one's about 4.5 to 5 miles in the forest. Now that one, to the average person, but you always hear people talk about, if you ever see an arch in the forest, don't go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that one is pretty neat because if you can go up, you can't do it here, but if you go to the side of it, just like you were talking about the portal that they could see it from the side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if you go to the side of it, the river is actually running right across there. It's the Medina River. That's what goes underneath the bridge and everything. Well, when you look at it on this side, on that side of the arch, you can see the river. But on this side, the river's dry. Okay, we don't have beavers in there, so there's no dam. There's nothing that makes a beavers make a dam and can do that or whatever. There's no animals there that can stop that flow of that river. I mean, it's completely dry. It comes straight line across from there is the river. So how is that happening where the river just stops? Now, once you go through there, it's going to get cold because I have pictures of other ones where you can actually see through them and it's mist. Because there's a mist that happens. There's a sequence to this. Now, I used a frequency one time to actually open one up, and I got that on video.
What'd you use to cause the frequency? Was it just like something from your phone, or?
Yeah, I did know that Hertz one that you can just do the frequency with,
Mhm.
and it was 4,444, I think it was, and because and you could see it open. Of course, it drove anybody that played it on the videos, man. It drove their dogs crazy and everything. I was getting all kinds of messages, but you can see that what happens is first you'll start to hear the owls, which are not owls. Then you'll start hearing the coyotes, which are not coyotes. And then you're going to start hearing the whistle. And it's a long whistle. And I actually have that one on audio too. Once you hear that whistle, it's going to come from behind you, from in front of you, from the sides. And we have had this come up to us. Now, I don't know if it's the Bigfoot or what it is, but it can growl so deep. It's that kind of lion roar that just echoes, but it's so strong that you feel it in your chest.
Yeah.
And when
we had that happen to us at Turkey Creek.
Yeah. So when that happened, I mean, I've encountered that already maybe like 5 to 6 times. It was just a month ago that we were in, and it happened right there about maybe like 10 feet from us.
So you're definitely right about it. They can throw the voices or the howls, in front of you, behind you. They can have it so you hear it's in front of you, the person beside you hears it's from behind you, which I had personal experience with a friend of mine, which I talked to Josh from the episode. So it's just nuts what these things can do. That's why please continue.
Yeah. And Mary Oler, she's the one who actually went with me. I took her last year. So you were asking about how long ago, because the other one was 2012. I don't know when that happened with I guess Martin.
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah, but I took her last year, and the encounter that we had was maybe like a month ago with that other one. But they use the trees. The trees is how, because I was talking about the missions. The San Juan mission has a small forest behind it, and I've heard that whistle at some of the missions. And so there are underground tunnels in San Antonio, all through downtown. There's 500 caves. Now that one right there is another one. You kind of can see the arch. Now that's the entrance. This one is about 6.5 miles in. And we went through that one, and that one you go through it, and it was misty right on the other side. And once you go through it, you're going to go down. It's like you're going down into a canyon. And this is pretty neat because you wouldn't think that this is out there. Because like you said, that was a perfect point. Devil's Den down here. I don't know if you've heard of that one. That one is another one that's right in the middle of an apartment complex. You got civilization right there. But once you go in there, you're in a whole nother world. I mean, ain't even nobody going to hear you scream, especially out here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, when you go in, you will go in through there, and then you turn, and then it starts going down, and you go down into a valley. This is where it was kind of weird because it mimics the sounds of the animals. And like they'll communicate with each other either through a coyote or through, the coyote thing, I've been going there for over 5 years. I come from West Texas, from Odessa. And we see coyotes there all the time. You hear them here too, but I've never seen one. Now, Mary, she picks up the stray animals and stuff, and I think that's one of her areas she was telling me about. And I've asked her, did she ever find a dead carcass of a coyote? She said she's never seen one. Now, you hear that they're around here, but I've never run into one. I've never seen one. I've seen pigs in there. That's about the biggest thing that you see in there, other than the deer, but the pigs, and that's about it, or wild hogs. And so back to this. You go down and you start going down into a valley, and then it opened up. When we got down there, like mind you, we're like 6.5 miles in there. Me and my member that was with me, I heard my wife's voice.
Whoa.
I mean, with our ears. Everything in here you're going to experience with your eyes and ears. It is very difficult to get video. You might get some pictures, but video data, I mean, I got some top of the line equipment, and just forget it. All it's going to do is weigh you down. You're going to get mad. You're going to throw it in the woods because it ain't going to work. I have data, man, that I have videos where I've taken where we've seen and we've heard this thing, and when you go back and review the video, it's deleted. Like that part is gone. So, but this one here, this is a very interesting one too. I've only been there 3 times, and you'll go down into a valley, and then once you get there, you'll see like I think there's another picture where you see the bedding. Everything in there is big. And I know it sounds kind of dumb, but hey, I named this one inside Jurassic Park. This part here I named Alice in Wonderland, because you're literally, remember when Alice got real small?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you go in there, you're gonna see it ain't gonna look like this anymore. Everything in there is big. You'll see the trees, the way they're laid, they're laid down. You'll see the grass that looks like bedding. Bears and other stuff do that. It's bedding, but it's all made for something bigger. Like you could lay in there, but it's like sleeping in a gigantic bed. This is where I believe this is one of their layers. Because when I hit a tree. I was just kind of like experimenting with stuff that I've seen. I've seen on documents where they hit the tree with a stick and make the knocking sound. I did that, and it knocked back. I whistled, and it whistled back. And then I don't know how, but both my members, because these things will get in your head telepathically. And a lot of people, this is what I always said, in this place here, you're going to lose your mind. You're not going to come out. You're going to die, or you're going to receive a whole lot of download information. And you're going to jump a timeline. When you come back out of here, it's not going to be the same. They'll be similar to it, but there's going to be something different. And you're going to be thinking different now. It's like you get an upgrade, but there's a price to pay for that. Now, I've lost many members of this, and I like this. When I say that, I always got to explain myself, because I didn't lose them in the forest. It just got to them so bad. And we've investigated some really heavy stuff before. But this place will break you down. I've seen it happen to me. I haven't taken very many people, because it takes 4 people to go in, and it takes a certain time to go in. But now it just takes 4 or maybe 2, because I've seen the natives. They've shown me what's happened here, why they're upset, and then but also too the extraterrestrials that are in there. Now, when you go down here, like I said, you're going to see a whole nother thing. You just know that you don't belong in this place. Like going in somebody's house, going. I can hear Josh how he is. Can you imagine going in Josh's house when he's not there? And he don't like you already.
I have to do that.
And he don't like you already. Well, that's the feeling that you're going to get in here, and you're going to hear it in your head. You're just going to know, I don't belong here. We need to leave.
Hey, Ray, what kind of extraterrestrials did you see in there, buddy?
In this area, I haven't seen any like that. On the bridge side, if you keep going, because you're going straight, and that's a straight road. That's the original road. It dead ends. There's another trail that goes to the right. That's where we've seen an apparition of a woman, which I think we just kind of called her the donkey lady.
I was going to ask you about that real quick, because according to Ashley, her and her people saw a woman that was in the water, and then she kind of like floated up, like levitated onto the bank.
Yeah.
wearing white. Who is that? Is that her? Is that who it's supposed to be? Like, because one of the stories I heard was that she drowned. Is that what the, is that
Yeah.
an apparition? What is that?
Well, that one that's when I first started going there. Of course, I started hearing about we heard about the urban legend. So I kind of started digging at that with the first year. And so I said, well, okay, so supposedly she jumped out of the window after they caught the house on fire, or the husband or the guys did when they went back. So that if you're on fire like that and you break through a window and you're so on fire that you're starting to melt, but you're only going to walk so far. Even in the movies with all the get up and everything, they only walk so far before they lay down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're going to walk maybe 10, 15 feet, maybe, 20 feet before your body just collapses. Okay, so if she broke out through the window, then the house needed to be right next to the river.
Mm-hmm.
So because she fell into the river, they went to go get her. They never found her. Next thing you know, here she is in donkey form. Okay, I had found a video. I think it was a very old video on YouTube, and then it showed a structure on the street when you go in past the bridge and it goes straight. That's the old Upper White Road. It dead ends. But I've never been able to find it. So it's kind of like it doesn't really. I mean, it didn't happen that long ago. There's a structure on the same on the trail before that that takes you in. It's about 3 miles in there. That has the original one of the structures where the indigenous people lived. And it's got a big plaque on it and everything. It's fenced in. So if that was there way before this dunkulated urban legend, then the house should be there. But yeah, I mean, I've been in there and I've picked this place. I mean, not all of it, but I mean, just that area, trying to find that part. But so, since that being close to the water, the one that my members saw there, she didn't have hooves or anything. They just said she was white, but she had a real ugly face, but she was like pissed off. Like she wanted to lunge at him, but she couldn't. There is a trail there that goes to the right, and that just takes you back to the underneath the bridge. But there is another one that I did get. I was in there doing a live, and it was raining. Because I investigated anytime. Don't matter if it rains or not. And we were in there, and in the live video, you saw the apparition walk right behind the trees perfectly, just like a movie or something like that. Now that lady, she's different. She's one of the spirits of the forest, and because we have elemental winds in there also, which we call elemental winds. Those breezes will come out of nowhere. The trees don't move, but you feel the breeze, and it's a good breeze. It's not just something small. It's a good breeze.
I've had that once.
So you'll get that. See, when you start getting all these, like I said, there's sequences. It all leads up to either sorry. We'll go right back. On that side of the bridge, like I said, you'll make a left. You keep going. We've seen two tall, I would say, I mean, like 15 feet tall, skinny. I guess I don't like to use it as an example, but kind of like the Slender Man.
Mm-hmm.
Really thin, glowing, and they just walked across in front of us, and those are the extraterrestrials. Now, after a time, see, the thing is with this place is that when I meant about a relationship, is that when I started to dig more about the land or what happened, how they found when they dug it up, they broke sacred ground, they took the artifacts, they call them artifacts. These were their belongings. This was theirs, You don't do that on indigenous land. You don't break ground like that. You don't, just like in the Milan Plaza in downtown, they built the plaza over a cemetery, over an indigenous cemetery. And it's documented. You can Google it. And so once they did that, that's when I found the actual site of where they broke that. I went through the it's called the Richard Bean site, and of course that has nothing to do with paranormal or anything. I found an old map, and since I know the area, that part of the forest, I figured out where it was, and so this is where you get all of it just mixed in together. This is I've always said this is beyond paranormal. I've been I don't want to say I've been in the paranormal. I've been paranormal since I was born. I've been doing this for over 40 years, and I only got possessed one time. So that was some really messed up stuff that they were doing uh, with a sex trafficking ring. So they were using a Haitian god, and I kind of at that time I was kind of like Zach Bagans. I didn't care. I wanted to fight everything, and went in there and messed up some things, and they got mad. But this place is beyond paranormal. It's and if you keep going through those arches, I have about 6 portals mapped out. If I go to my Google Maps, you can I have them all like that, whatever it is that we got there. So, and it chooses the people to go in. Not anybody can just go in. If I took a podcaster, a friend of mine, Michael Corpse, and he came down because, like I said, the only way I can talk about it like this to him, all these cool stories, but you're never going to really experience it until you come down here. And if to me, it's always been like, you want to experience a real thing, that's the place to go. And if you can make it, then you're going to come out different. When he came out, he saw 2 constellations. He says, "Why is there two big dippers?" I said, "I don't know. You tell me." You literally can walk through the trees, but like I was going to get back is you will start to glow. We change in there. We started to come out of there when we're in there. We'll have war paint on. So that
Ray,
place.
I've got a question. Have you ever, when you were in the woods, did you ever hear anything that sounded like a woman screaming or crying, or a small child?
Yeah, that's
crying?
that's at the bridge. At the bridge, you'll hear the woman crying.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah. On the other side, which I call Jurassic Park, that's when we started to hear the drums, the shamanic drums, just boom, 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 and it was during the day, and it just kept playing just a steady rhythm. I thought, well, maybe somebody was having some kind of rave party or something like that somewhere around, because bass travels, and that was the night too. I think that was the first night that it jumped out at us, and when it growled like that. I mean, and it moved because there's more than one. You think it's up here, but it's not. You're actually surrounded. By the time you hear that growl, you're already surrounded. And I've seen it about maybe 3 times. And like I said, about a month ago, that's been the most because they're going to follow you out. It's like Josh was saying when they were going in the car. Well, imagine being in there, an hour and a half that you still got to walk back to switchbacks like this uphill. You're pretty much done, and they're right next to you. You can hear them breaking the trees walking. Now, I don't know if it's a Bigfoot, like I'm saying. I've seen another creature that looks like the Wendigo, and that one's, I don't know why they're all so big, but they're all big, because I've got pushed down twice because there was a couple of times that I went on my mountain bike and I wanted to go deeper in there. So the only way I could do it was to bring my bike, and I did, and I got thrown off that bike twice. And I mean, I come home, my wife's looking at me like, "Where you been?" I'm bleeding from my elbows and my shirt's torn. I'm bleeding from everywhere. I come from an investigation. I go, now this is what I call ghost hunting. Who comes back like that? And but I mean, it's just so much. But this place is more than that. Once you go into, like I said, each neighborhood is different, and I'm only liked across the bridge in that whole little area. It can be bad too, but and that's where one of the kill zones are that I call kill zones, where animals were like I don't know which animal it is, I forgot, but this is where they drag their prey and they kill it. So you're gonna have a bunch of bones all around, kind of like their trash can, I guess. And this is when I started looking at it. It's like these are some big bones. Like what's big enough in here to kill something like this? Because all there is pigs and deer. And pigs don't attack and kill something that big, so what is it? And so when I heard that they saw it eating a deer, it makes sense.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know that they saw it eating the deer. They heard it.
Right.
And one of them, I think it was Martin, saw a deer like dead, but I don't know 100% if they saw it eating. I can't remember. I know that they heard it being killed.
Yeah.
And they saw a deer, I guess, but I don't know that they saw it eating it. But they saw something like, moving around up there, and assuming that, what Nathan saw, that was probably the same thing, something wolf-like.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
I know there's a lot of stories out of that area, but there was somebody that gave me a story, and I can't remember who the heck it was, because it was just in our email, random. And Tony's not here, but if he was, because I know I discussed one of these with him not too long. It was after you were on the show, and Tony had said something about that there was another story in there about that place. And it's interesting that Mary had said something about the fog rolling in, because that happened to us at Devil's Backbone when we were investigating. And what you're saying about this, real quick here, I want to say this, how there's like little neighborhoods in that area and each one has its own hood. That's very much like Devil's Backbone, which is over there between Blanco. It's on Ranch Road 12 in between Blanco and San Marcos, that area. It is extremely haunted with, and I don't mean just haunted with like ghosts. There's a lot of weird stuff out there. Like there's a goat man that haunts the road on Purgatory Road. And interesting that it's called Purgatory Road. And then there's a black dog that'll come out of the cemetery, but only if you cross the threshold. Everybody says the same thing. They jump the fence. And then, and not everybody gets the dog, comes after them. That cadejo, as we say in Spanish, but only the people that'll go deep into the cemetery and they'll start touching the headstones, taking pictures and stuff. That's the ones that have been chased by that dog. Yeah. And it will chase you beyond that threshold. There are ghost hunters who have told me, and I don't believe, there's a woman named Helen. We're sort of like friends. She grew up in one of the towns that I grew up in, and she's like argued with me the other day, and she was like, "No, me and my ex-husband went through there, and the black dog stopped at the wrought iron gates because he can't cross the iron threshold." And I said, "Bullshit." Yeah. I didn't want to argue too bad, I was like, I ran into her at the dealership or where I go, and I told her, I said, that's not correct. I didn't want to argue with Helen, but I said, I'm not going to argue with you. But she kept saying, no, for real, they can't cross. I said, that people have been chased back to their vehicles and down the road by this creature. I think you give them permission when you cross that threshold. But I have really, Anthony, I don't think we have any reports. I don't know if you've heard or remember anything of that black dog doing anything other than people who go into the gates.
No.
Nothing. It's always, yeah. If you could think of something, I can't. But the goat man thing it's a black goat man, and it doesn't look like a satyr. A satyr is something that looks like a man with a lower body of a goat. This thing has a goat-like head, and it is violent as hell. There was even someone from the Hernandez Ranch that claims that this thing walked right up to the road. It was about 7-8 feet tall, about 8 feet tall, and threw a stag head in front of their SUV. And I saw the damage that was done to their vehicle. Like it hit the front of their vehicle, and this thing just stood there. I think one of the reasons why that happened to them was because of the activity at their ranch. And even though they moved away, stuff attaches. And I think some of these entities are attracted to that energy.
Yeah.
And I'd say this too, and this may sound really weird, cuckoo bananas, but I don't give a shit. It's Paranormal Roundtable. I think that sometimes if you have the spirit of a dogman, Bigfoot, whatever on you, and I'm not even joking, that can literally happen. People have had them go into their houses. I think that it will attract something else that will come towards you, not necessarily for you, but because these things they correspond to different legions. For instance, like there is a type of well, you could call it a demon, but it's really an archon or a watcher, fallen, whatever. And they have legions. They each have their own armies. They have their own fiefdoms, right? And these others from the other legions will see that one and they'll fight. They will fight. I know there's been multiple times people have told us about in their house, their haunted house. It sounds like people fighting or beings are fighting. That's because they are. It's like you can literally invite gang warfare into your own house. I'm not even joking. And there's only really one way to get rid of it, and that's through Christ. I'm telling you, people have had so many problems, and they're like, yeah, it sounds like something's fighting down my stairs or whatever. A guy was talking about how he heard a wolf-like growl, snapping, popping noise, and he saw this thing at the end of the stairs, but there was this black, shadowy thing. The way the closest description he could give us, this guy's name was David. The closest description he gave us was something that was like a black panther going out the door. He was just like, I don't know what else to call it. That's not really what it was, but he told us that's the best he could call it. And he's a Hispanic guy. He's from Lubbock. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, that house had something, but they went out and did some stuff, ghost hunting, you know, and they ran into something. And I think it followed them back. And that entity that was attached to his son, which is how he got a hold of us, was through the dogman thing, whatever, was fighting with whatever the hell they brought back, which was cat-like. And I told him, I said, yeah, because there are legions of them, and they all correspond to like one particular boss or whatever, and that's their boss. But there are multiple. Like if you look at the Goetian demons of the Lesser Key of Solomon, dude, I mean, we've talked about that on True Crime Paranormal, our show that we do on Saturdays now. These entities, they correspond to whoever that is that's their house. You know, I don't mean like their house, like the house you live in, like where you're living, whatever. I'm talking about that's the house that they correspond to. In other words, like House Atreides, you know, like I said,
It's like their clan.
like their clan. Yeah, that's who they respond to. And so a friend of mine was in Japan, and there's a forest there where people go to commit, you know, right? They call it the suicide forest. And he was like, oh, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to do this and do that. Now, here's the thing. And this goes along with what Anthony Sabas is saying. You can go in there and check these places out. It's not like every time somebody goes to Donkey Lady Bridge, they become possessed. And you know, that's not that's not happening every time. But when it does happen, it happens. And so I'm not going to sit here and say this. So a friend of mine, Jeremiah, he went to the suicide forest. Okay. He had multiple people there telling him, don't go in there, don't do it. And he's like, oh, I'm not going to kill myself. And this one guy from Kyoto, he was very upfront with him. He said, you probably won't. Not everybody that goes in there and investigates it comes out dead. There have been hundreds of films and documentaries and whatever, but there were some college kids that went in there from Tokyo, and one of them did kill himself in front of his friends. Like he just did it, you know, like really just abruptly said, I'm out of here, and checked out right there because something got on him.
Yeah.
You know, something got him to do it. There have been hundreds of stories of things like that. So it's not like you're going to go in there. So what Jeremiah did, he went in, and I've known this guy forever. He's a kickboxer, a good friend of mine. He was living in Thailand. So he decided to go all over Asia and backpack, right? Just like some people go all over Europe. Well, he went into the suicide forest. His next stop, he went to South Korea from there. and something attacked him in his hotel. And he was like, it wasn't something from Korea. It was what I brought back from a suicide forest in Japan. That's what he believes. He asked me about that. I guess he kind of wanted validation or whatever. And I was like, Jeremiah, you already know the answer to that. You're the one that stayed there and, and went in there. Because he had asked me through Messenger, like before he did it, this was 5-6 years ago, but he was like, should I go into the suicide forest and investigate? And I'm like, no. He's like, well, why not? I mean, aren't you in the paranormal? Yeah, I'm in the paranormal, but I'm not going to go in there and jack with that because I don't want to have to peel something off of me. And there again, there's different sections of that place. There are places where they say that there are the yokai, the spirit of the kitsune. They say that there are the oni. And we did a show about the gangster from, what was it, Romania? Or something like that. And he was over there messing around in Japan. And he got. I mean, dude, you go into places where you really don't belong, and so like Anthony was generous enough to take me to go. He's like, I'll take you in there. And he goes, I was like, yeah, you were nice enough to offer. Thank you so much for that. But I would respectfully decline because I've already had my experiences at Devil's Backbone, and I don't play around the Haunted Valley or Eagles Point anymore. I used to. I don't go to Purgatory Cemetery and play around. My brother took the chance and jumped the fence at Purgatory Cemetery, and he walked around the gate and nothing happened, but he heard a growling noise. And me and Scorpio were like, okay, yeah, dude, maybe you should come back. And he ran back and jumped over the fence. Nothing chased us that I know of. We went to the Buc-ee's afterwards, and there was nothing in the parking lot waiting to eat us. The point is that it doesn't happen all the time. It's not like every time, whatever, but it could. And it's like you go and play in the ocean. Humans love to play in the ocean, right? But you might get attacked by a bull shark or a tiger shark. You just don't know. 2 weeks after I left Port Aransas, they caught the biggest tiger shark on record at that time. And it was like 1,400. It was crazy.
Wow.
Like 10, 12 feet long or something. And it was probably 100 yards from where we were playing around in the water.
That's why I live in a cold climate.
And I'm just like, dude, well, the great whites like cold climate because they're actually warm-blooded. Took us years to figure that out. We didn't figure that out until the 80s. What's crazy, though, is that you're doing these things, and I'm going to be honest, like what you want to do with yourself is great, whatever. Mr. Ceballos, you're kind of a veteran of doing whatever, and me personally, I will not do that. We went and we explored the area off of Spicewood Springs, and those videos where you see all those orbs on the beginning or whatever, we did an investigation there. We went in there and we took pictures and we found proof of what I believe was proof of Bigfoot habitation. One of the things that Sabas showed us with those rounded whatever. Okay, so I had this woman, I'll give her Melanie O'Donnell. I'll give her credit for this. She's a friend of a friend. She reached out to me and she says, I would like to weigh in on what those, when I showed her those on the video. She said that she believes that those are not Bigfoot. The Bigfoot are the broken trees, and she believes that those, whatever, she thinks that those rounded trees, this is what she told us. She said that she thinks that those come from the dogmen entering the portals, coming through, and the portals are warping those, the things to, because the Bigfoot, because the dogman walks a little more hunched over, the Bigfoot walks straight up. And so these are shorter, smaller, a little bit shorter. But she thinks that there's two things that cause it. She says the Fae do it and that the dogmen can do it. Now, not knowing necessarily that the dogmen are doing it, but maybe they're just using the portals that are being opened by the Fae. And the Bigfoot are using those others as markers, and then those are bigger, and those TP-like structures are Bigfoot. Now, that's her opinion. Melanie, I appreciate you giving us that opinion, but I thought that was interesting because I started going back and looking through the files, and I got to tell you, there are a lot of those types of trees that are bent like that in association with orbs and with things coming out of orbs that look like Dogman. Now, I wish Richard was here. I guess he had to go grab a bite to eat in the back at the dumpster at Tim Hortons. But
Oh no, I'm here. I heard orbs and things coming out of them and rushed back in the room.
It's in the dumpster that we talked about.
so Anthony's not always with us here. Sabas, Ray, I'll tell you. So Master Richard's here. He lives in Canada, and he eats out of the dumpsters. He's very open about it. And the Tim Hortons, he's a cachino, as we say in Spanish. He don't care. He just back there, whatever.
Yeah.
A day old donut's a day old donut, bro.
Mentiras way, man. I'm playing around, man. Nah, he don't do that. But no, for real. But we always tease him about that. But no, what happens is these portals. Now we're talking about this when you were on the show, Richard, and we did a show with you.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about these things falling out of orbs, right?
Yeah.
And now you have Ashley M, who, well, I mean, I've already said her last name, Ashley, over there at Donkey Lady Bridge. She had these blue orbs that things, and then we didn't flesh it out, but I'll go back before I do her encounters, and I'll do that soon as I can. But I can't remember if they saw the woman that she looked like an old abuelita, as we would say in Spanish, like somebody's grandmother or whatever. She didn't look like an ugly, like fea, whatever. But she was weird looking, obviously. But she was in the water, just waiting in the water, looking like a flesh and blood person. And then she came up out of the water, freaked everybody out, and then that was the end of that foray. But that was as they came out of the woods. But they didn't go real deep into the woods. And they heard the whistling noises. They heard, which they thought was possibly, as we would say, a lechuza. But you're not supposed to whistle back.
That's my biggest thing. They show me how to whistle, and I whistle all the time.
Dude, you do it back?
I break every paranormal book, rule book 101 there is.
My God, dude.
They actually show me how to do it in there. And it's funny you say it because there are fairies in there also.
Yeah.
And they'll light up green, blue, red, and yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't. Those are the ones that surrounded me. Like it was hundreds of them. They were going around and circle me. The very first time we were there, you have to be careful if you follow, because they will lure you. They'll start to, like they lure you. You feel something like you want to follow them. If you do follow them, you're gonna die. You're gonna end up. You're gonna. We did that one time, and they were leading us to the river, but we didn't know that was a cliff. And the ground breaks, and we stopped because I looked on GPS. And I said, "Wait a minute, let me look, see where we're at. I want to see where the river's at." So, because everything will change when you go in there, and if it starts to, like you said, if it starts to happen, there's a sequence. The forest is going to come alive, and it's going to change. You can't even landmarks. It's going to be very hard because it's going to be either on the opposite side or it won't be there. You'll get lost, of course, and you'll lose time. You'll lose hours. We lost 6 hours at one time, and we were only in there for about an hour and a half.
Oh,
that's what it felt like. And,
yeah, you lose time for sure. They do the same thing aliens do.
So everything.
I think the aliens are Fae, to be honest with you.
I think they're from other planets. Myself personally, I think it's just a little more. But the Fae, good to mingle because you got DNA.
What if the Fae actually came here as aliens and they just settled and they died and now they're their spirits?
It's possible too.
Well, if they're of the forest there also, because you remember you got all those. So I do, like last night, hearing that was really, I'm telling you, it was really awesome for me because I've been putting pieces together over these years of constant. I don't know how many times I've been there, probably hundreds already. I moved here because of that. And that's another wild story from that. What happens in this forest to you? Like I said, we'll glow. I will literally glow in there, and some of a couple of my team members will happen to them too. When you look at us, we'll have war paint on. I mean, we're looking at each other. We got, man, look at this crazy man. Your face is white and you got war paint on.
When you glow, what color? Like what is the base that you look like?
It's like just a dull white glow. But you're glowing because we try to hide. Because sometimes we're in there and there'll be some kids that'll come through. There'll be like 4 or 5 of them, and they're kind of dumb. They always carry guns, so I don't carry guns, and we're wearing black, so they already get the crap scared out of them before already. So we don't want to get shot. So we will go into the forest and hide. You know, one time we did it, and they still found us. And I asked them, "How did you see us?" There was no way. We laid on the ground. It says y'all were glowing. You know, and I've seen one of my members too. I said they were walking, their footprints were glowing. They were leaving behind.
So one thing I suggest, sorry to interrupt, just real good caution thing, because some of the stuff I've researched, being even just around these things could increase your chances of cancer. It's almost like a radiation.
Oh yeah.
If you can, please. I've had to deal with skin cancer, and that's more of a genetic side of my family. But please get yourself checked to make sure you don't have any odd anything on your skin, any blemishes, anything like that.
My DNA has changed.
Yeah, well, because even being around them, apparently there's a chance it increases. Scott Carpenter talked about it a whole bunch too. Like it increases your chance of cancer. I had a huge cancer pretty much kick off my year and get genetic, but it also could have been because I was also in these forests and encountering stuff, had stuff follow me back home. So that's just my advice: is be really, especially if you're glowing like that. I've heard stories and reports, but yeah, I say please, man. My biggest recommendation is just get a skin doctor to check, make sure everything's okay, just to be safe.
Yeah, but I say the Fae, when that happens, I do believe now. Like I said, that all this little stuff that I heard, that I've been hearing, it helps because I believe that I don't think there's anybody that has as much information or the truth about that place than I do. Because nobody goes there. They're too scared. I mean, they've either had a bad experience when they were younger, you know, or they stay away from it. But I do believe that the Fae, like I said, when they come out, they can be cool, but they can be mean. And
they're not friendly.
Yeah, and I can see that they do, because that one picture of that arch, that one is big.
Yeah,
that one is huge, but the path in there too. When you start going in there, and if it starts to, like I said, sometimes I've had a couple. I haven't taken very many people in there because it takes a special person to go in there. It's not. I don't mean special. I mean like
in tuned.
Yeah, it's it'll kick you out really quick, but it depends who you're with, who I have, that it shows even more. Because when you first follow, that's why I want to know where Martin went, because I can see it all in my mind exactly, all the way, keep going. Is what path did he take? Because the path and through the forest will open. They will start to glow, and then you'll see them open. They only stay open for a little bit, for a couple, maybe 5-10 minutes. So you got to walk through them before they close.
So I have two questions. I just interrupt, and I'm sorry, but two
okay.
questions.
I want all the questions, man, because I want the hard questions. Because
I've been into an area where I'm convinced there was some sort of portal activity. This is way back years ago when I was looking to see if I could film and spot the dogmen, which now I think may have been werewolves. But there's an area we went to, and they had put up a bunch of branches and stuff to literally cover so people driving by the road right by couldn't see them. And this is right beside a public campground that they shut down several years, which is very strange. But did you feel like a pressure or like something that's just off and different when you enter this place, even before you saw this stuff?
Depression?
Like a pressure, like there's like a pressure or a sense around it. It just feels different.
When we first went there, it was very hard for me to push through, because I'm very intuitive. I mean, I have my abilities, and now they've been so upgraded that they're just freaking off the wall. So the portals part of it, some of them are like that. Some of them are dark holes, and some of them are they're in the mist. So they're not all exactly kind of like what people think they are in the movies, but there, like I said, when the paths opened up, because we've been in there before, and because I've gone alone also, so that's another factor, because I'm among these beings by myself.
Wow.
and I'm very open when it comes to certain things. I'm not afraid. I know they brought that up last night about not being afraid. I won't run. And if it's gonna take me, it's gonna take me. This is something that I've got a lot of flack for because the forest is grooming me uh, for something. Well, I believe and I'm dedicated into what I do to prove that there's something else out there. That if that ever happens, well, that ever happens. But you can get trapped in there because, like I said, once that trail opens up and it starts to close behind you, you can't come back through it.
Yeah, you got because be careful because you might be in another reality. As Josh,
So that's what I mean about jumping because when I first started doing that and I was coming back home to West Texas, there was one time that I was laying on my couch, and I don't remember if I brought that up back then. Uh, I was asleep and I was laying towards the back of the couch, so my face was laying that way, and I could feel it that something started to happen. I started seeing the same orb lights in my eyes, and it opened up and it sucked me, and then I came right back. That's when I knew. When my son started calling me, Dad, there's something going on. I don't know what it is, but there's something different. I says, Yeah, I know. I feel it too. I don't know what it is, but it's something. The cat looks different. I don't know. That's not the same.
Yeah,
so you
when he was on the show last time, I got to tell you guys, you were very poignant. You were very solemn because you were sad. You felt like you were not in your correct time. And I remember it was like we used to have a show on like Fridays. Didn't we have like a Friday show?
Yeah.
And it was every Friday for like 2-3 years. And we always had a guest on the Friday show, and he was one of them. And I remember him talking about this place. And so I do have a file, Donkey Lady Bridge file, and there's 8 different things in there. But I was so big, I did not have time today to go and look in there. So I know of the 3 stories. There's another one that I know off the top of my head. So not counting Ceballos', so I don't know what the other ones are. I didn't have a chance to sit there and look at it, but I know when I went home last night, because we had to record for an hour afterwards, and Sean and Richard know about that. Y'all been on these recording sessions. We go for hours and stuff. But so I was recording just for an hour last night because I had these guys encounter from Houston. But this is crazy. Like, okay, so there are a few other stories there, and one of them I know. This is the only other one I know. And this guy, he says that, and I'll give him an alias because he doesn't want his name mentioned, but he used to work downtown, right across from the Alamo. So he used to work there. But I'll call him Donald. Okay. But Donald was saying that no matter where he went in the woods around that area, that there were no homeless people, which he thought was weird. Because he said everywhere you go in Houston or in Austin, because he used to live in Austin, right? And then when he grew up in San Antonio, and he used to work at one of the universities there. But then he got a job working downtown. Or no, he was working downtown. Then he got a job at one of the universities. And it was at that university where they told him about haunted stuff because his wife was into it. She was always watching the paranormal shows on TV. And they said, go to Donkey Lady Bridge. Somebody told him that. But they said, don't go there by yourself and don't go at night. So that's what he did. He went there by himself and at night because he's like Anthony. And so he went out there and he says, dude, that was the first time he went out there. He went out there 2 other times, as did the guy Gary. He did it too. So that second report may be from that. I might have thrown that in there. But there's probably at least 2 other reports that I haven't fully fleshed out or read. And I get so much stuff from so many different regions. I can't keep track. And we just emptied our email again, if you want to believe that. Freaking crazy, wasn't it?
Yep.
How many was it? Like they said we had 24,000.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's not all from the show. I mean, there's other whatever, but we have like the two different sides of the email, and then there's the junk, right? So we got rid of the one some of this might have just because they want us to pay for more storage. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like, it is what it is, you know. But so what happens is this guy goes in there and he says, I don't ever see homeless people here. He goes, if you go anywhere in Austin, you go anywhere in San Antonio, there's homeless people all over the place. I can attest to that too. because I've worked security in San Antonio a few times too. Because we've had specials and stuff, and I've had to actually get a hotel, and I worked in San Antonio for a week doing security out there for this company we used to do security for, the construction. And I was out in the middle of nowhere in southwest San Antonio. And it got really spooky and creepy out there, but you know, you got to do the job. And so this guy was telling me but I did run into homeless people. Like, you were pretty much on the edge of town. There's like nobody around. There's a guy with a backpack. Hey man, can I take a shit here? No, you cannot. Please move on. Well, he said this. He says, dude, I've never run into homeless people there. So why is that?
I was going to bring that up too, because on that one picture where it's at, where you see the sticks laying on top, they're all stacked like this. You know, like
you want to put it back up on the thing, Anthony?
Okay, that one is in that area of where I think Martine was at. I think I got the place where he was at. Okay, well that is you can tell that they're small. They're pretty big, but it took hands to do this. No, and that forest, and like I said, was a donkey eating. Like I said, I call it the Yanaguana forest because the river it's the Yanaguana River, which means land of spirit waters, which is kind of neat, huh? That's the original name before they changed it all up, or before they stole it. So let's see, it's probably it's the next one. I saw it a while ago when I put it up. It's not that one. It's another one. No, that one.
Oh, that's the video.
That's actually the video. So you can see where I'm talking about it. It's because I've seen it where it had the grass put on it. Because right now it was that time of dead, everything was already dead. In the summertime, because I've been keeping an eye on this one, where it has the grass where it becomes a canopy. You can see right there where if you lay grass there like that, it'll be like a bedding. So it's like a little shelter. So when I first found this is that there's my other member over there. I started looking at it, it's like, okay, I've been coming here for all these years, and like I said, I've never seen coyotes, but you hear them, and I've never seen homeless here. Now, if you go to Brackenridge Park, you're going to see homeless. You're going to if you go to Devil's Den, you're going to see homeless. This is so far out, and this is so far deep that they don't go here. So this wasn't just, it makes no point because the homeless is going to be close to where they can get food and money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, out here, you're not going to get nothing, man. You know, I mean, there ain't nothing out here and it's too far. So these structures like that is what I'm talking about. Is that something put this together.
Yeah, way out in the middle of nowhere too.
Right, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for a homeless to be out there, and I've never seen one out there, never. But you know, just going back to what's Under Fire was telling me about the cancer thing. I mean, about the glowing. When I first started going there, I had lupus, and I had excruciating pain. Walking and stuff was really hard because, you know, people that have known they've had that before. It's rough. My member that's in there right there, he had MS, and he's about 36 years old. He used to walk with a cane when I first met him. I've known him for about 4 years now. And when I started going there, my health started improving. And it kept improving and improving till the doctor started looking. My doctor was looking at my chart, and he says, this doesn't make sense. He says, you have a chart of a 25-year-old, but you're past your 40s, you know what I mean? I don't want to tell my age. But, you know, it doesn't match. And I started, like I said, and my member, he started walking without a cane after that. I told him, I said, dude, if you go with me, when I first met him, I started getting him to go, this place does something.
You think it's healing you guys?
It did. Yes, it did. And when it did it to me, I took him and I said, I want to take you to a certain place. And we're going to sit down. This is where they used to camp. And the shaman comes from the left. The stamen or Bigfoot comes from the right, because we heard the big trees just break. I mean, I've been in there like that, but when the mist comes, that's when we cross over. We're going to be in another place, another dimension, whatever you want to call it. If you tell the forest what you want, and this is the first time that I'm ever going to say this. So I'm going to say it, I guess, on Paranormal Roundtable, because like I said, the last time that I brought up the portals. This place does something to you that it heals your body, it heals your mind, it heals your traumas. You're gonna face your traumas, whether you've been molested, whether you've been. I had a lady one time in there that she was molested by her uncle when she was little, and it brought it out in front of her. And I told her, you just need to let it go, let it take it. And after that, she didn't have that anymore. In my case, I got stronger. Right now, yeah, I'm past my 50s, but I can jump anything. I mean, you're gonna have a hard time keeping up with me with a backpack inside this forest, unless you're really fit. My member who had MS, he started getting better to the point that one day I picked him up and he didn't have his walking stick no more. And he had a problem going over fences and everything. And he started getting like that. I said, I told you. I said, but we're going to go in there, but you got to do this. This is where people started criticizing me that this place is grooming me. I'm obsessed with it. You know, it's not that. It's just that when you find something that you're doing, this is, you know, I don't do this for just to come out on TV or whatever. I think all of them are a bunch of whatever on TV. I got communication with my spirit box that blows any show out there away. I just really I got stuff from this place that I've never shown or talked about. Like I said, this is the first time I ever brought this out now. It's because this place has showed us what happened when the Spaniards and the colonizers came over and they massacred the tribes that were there. And that's what I'm saying about the drum. The drum we heard all day. We were there through the day. We came back at night. It was there. When we came back out at night, that's when we heard the women screaming. We heard the men screaming. We heard the horses running. In our minds, it made the video in our minds. And we didn't tell each other nothing until we got out. And I said, what do you think happened? And we all said the same thing. We saw the massacre they did when they stole this land. This land was stolen. And people were murdered and they were massacred for it. We all know this. You just nobody talks about it. Just give it a pretty name now. This is what happened in this land. And the shamans that were there, that led the tribes, that's where your skinwalkers came from. And so what this land wants, truly, is its story to be told of what really happened here. And so of course the indigenous people, they were in tune with the Bigfoot or the statement. You've heard this for other Navajo tribes and everything. They had relationships with this being and other beings and other sky beings. So this is why they're all here in this one big forest in this city that's never been touched, because it's put away now. You know, you can't build on it. The Toyota plant only built so much on it. And so that's why it's all concentrated into this one place. And so it'll start to show you all this. It'll start to show you what really happened here. But I think that not everybody gets that. A lot of people, not a lot of people, a few people that I've taken, they'll never come back. Their minds, I've lost them. My original team, I don't have anymore. It got to them too bad. You know, my son, it took him a while, but when you start coming back and you keep going through these places, you get these downloads. You know, we call them downloads. You start to, your abilities, whatever it is that you have, will upgrade big time.
Okay, so that's the other second question I had. I said this definitely reminds me of the Sudden Lakes in Europe, and it was strongly linked with the Celts. And they're still to this day considered healing lakes. Like, people will go there and they're blessed by the church. They'll have like lethal cancer and get cured by it, and the doctors can't explain it. So that reminds me a bit about those places. But these downloads, that's what I want to ask about. So you're talking, because I've heard a few other people, and there's one in Josh's show who kind of talks about, is going to be talking about some of this stuff that I've heard a bit from. Can you tell us a bit more about these downloads? You're saying they're enhancing or opening up skills that are inherent in your spiritual state.
Right, like your intuition, your intuition, your abilities that we call them, in the paranormal. Those will all be heightened. I mean, you'll come up with ideas, certain ideas that you just never thought about. But it's not really like that. Let me try to get this right. Like with myself, I guess I'll use myself. It's you know how things work in the universe, and there goes my light. Okay. Yeah, Josh had that noise happen yesterday, and it's kind of funny because every time I was on a podcast, it would either black out the screens anytime I've ever talked about this place. But it's not scary. I mean, look, I'm surrounded by haunted dolls. I got so much haunted stuff in my room right here. It's your intuition, your abilities. You learn how things work. It's like how the universe works. That's why the way these creatures, I'm not just calling them creatures or beings, how they communicate. They all communicate telepathically. They all communicate through your mind. You're going to see things in there that you're going to see with your eyes. I can literally, and I don't want to say it like that. It just sounds kind of goofy, but you'll see me walk through trees, big trees, into the other side. And I've gotten only one person to be able to do it with me. You turn on your flashlight, and it's kind of a thing that I like to do sometimes. I'll turn on the flashlight, and you'll see a wall of trees. Turn it off, and you look, and it'll open up, and you see like a big field. You'll see homes inside there. Mary Euler actually saw it. She had a very good experience in there. She crossed over. So and then if you turn on the light, it's there. So I said, okay, you see the wall. So it's like literally just me just showing in the wall right here. You see the wall? Okay, watch. I was going to turn off the light, and I'm going to walk right through it into the other room. And there I go. So you'll start to cross over into dimensions where you don't even need to be there at a certain time. It used to be at 11 o'clock with 4 people. Now I've acquired that I don't need that anymore. I can do it during the day. Of course, it's cooler at night, but I know how to open these up without using frequencies anymore. When I was going there so many times, I was going there maybe twice a month. Of course, traveling 4.5 hours, getting in the hotel room, getting all, eating, all this stuff was getting to be too much. But it was just showing so many things, like I said, and so many, and that I actually told the forest, I said, if you want me to keep coming here and you want me to explore this and tell your story, but you're gonna have to show it to me. You're gonna have to make a way for me to live here, because I can't keep coming like this. 2 weeks later, I bought a house here, and it took me. For years I've been trying to move down here, but it wasn't until that time. So this is where I've talked about this, and where people start talking about, well, you're being groomed, or do you think there's some kind of demonic thing that's kind of using you? So using me for what? To tell the story of what happened to the people that I ended up finding out that are my ancestors. So I am connected to the ancestors that were living here. So it's kind of started making even more sense. So the healing, the knowledge that you start to get from it, they use the trees to, I guess you can say, to teleport in a way. That's how they're connected to the missions. That's how they're connected to every forest out here. That's why you're never going to catch one. I'll tell you that, because they are flesh and they are spirit.
Spirit, yeah, they're both.
They're both.
So somebody had asked me what I thought of all this. Jody Vargas asked me what I thought. I don't know if I should start into a dissertation. This is, what is your opinion on this, Wolf? Well, okay. So here's what I think. I think that if Wraith wants to go in there and do it, that's on him. I personally would suggest nobody doing that. That's my opinion. I don't agree with everything, but I do get a lot of what he's saying. What he's talking about when he says downloads, I think what he's getting at is he's gaining certain abilities when he goes out there, and then you're able to access those. Because he's right, and I'm not even joking, and I'm not telling you this because I don't want people to go, oh well, I should go out to Devil's Backbone or to Devil Lady Bridge, wherever. Let me go get upgraded, because you could go through a period of serious depression.
Yeah,
You
you
can
might lose your
really,
mind.
because you're not in your timeline, but you have to get used to being where you're at. He's talking about his cat looked different. I'm not joking. That happens to people, and that happens a lot more than you would think, because here is what is happening. Okay, so let's come out of this and just go into the macrocosm, right? This what Donkey Lady Bridge area is a microcosm of the greater whole. And of course, Richard, you and Sean, we were recording with Takayasha. And that took place over this past weekend, and we recorded some pretty heavy stuff. We talked about the prison on top of Saturn, and how it reflects on the moon, and then that's why people worship the moon, and how the moon affects us because it reflects Saturn, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff. We don't realize that, but here's the thing. We have a holographic, what do you want to call it? We have a matrix that's overlaid over our actual real reality. And so there are beings that interact with that particular matrix, right? And most animals don't participate in the matrix. They try not to, because they see it and they think it's something peculiar, but they're like, what is that? You ever see your cat or your dog, or I have all kinds of animals. I have a ferret, and used to have ferrets, but a couple of them passed away. But I would observe them when I was with them, and they always like to come and get close to me, and I guess they like my energy, whatever. And y'all seen it on the show. They'll come up and to me, and when I'm on the show, especially at the house, they'll be right there. They'll jump up on the desk, whatever, and they will literally put themselves between me and something that they see that is wrong. I'm talking all of them, from the pig, the dogs, the cats, everything. They will try to be, they're very protective of me, because they know that what is this? This is not correct. Why is this here? They know it. They see it. And we can't always see it. But the funny thing is, we interact with it more than they do, because they know that it's not unnatural. And my cat Panzer, or Martis, the other day was hissing like something was really pissing him off. And then he ran up the stairs, and then our other dog ran upstairs, and the other dog ran upstairs, Cooper and Elvira, as he was already upstairs. And then it was just me and Panzer, and Panzer was hiding under my desk. I knew something was wrong, so I grabbed Panzer and took him upstairs. So we all went upstairs, because something was there. Once everybody was upstairs, I went back downstairs, and I did what I do, which is to tell it to leave, right? They are not just coming through naturally. These spirits are coming through on something that they have built, like a grid, right? And they will claim areas like Donkey Lady Bridge area. They will claim that. But here's the funny thing. They need certain energies to do this. Can anybody take a guess what one of their preferred forms of energy is?
Worship.
Worship is one of them, but what they really need to establish it is blood.
Yeah.
Blood and emotions saturate the environment, and when that happens, it supercharges these areas for these entities to come in and to do what they do. And Donkey Lady Bridge area has a ton of that. I've only been through there one time, and I didn't go, like, I couldn't drive through. It was closed. But I did walk on. I have walked onto the bridge and then looked and said, okay. And me and my friends got, and we left. but you could feel your hair stand up just walking on the bridge. Alden Bridge is like that too. I've walked across there up there in Fort Worth, gone through the woods there, and there's all these satanic symbols on the trees. You can see it because people were using it. It's they call it Goatman Bridge, but it's very much like that. Will Barger Bridge, the same way in Manor, where Chief and Loki are from. Been there the same way, same thing. And they've both been on the show at different times and talked about seeing the Goat Man down in the creek bed. They saw it. Both of them have said that on my show. And I've known these guys since 1999. Known them for a long time, 27 years. So here's a weird thing about this. In order for these things to take effect and be able to do what they do, I promise you that's what it is. They're attracted to the blood. Gettysburg is a prime example. And I had a guy come on the show and he talked about being at Gettysburg. I mean, it was one of our early guests years ago, and he did a 2 or 3 part series with us, and he was talking about it. Well, Gettysburg is another example of that. It is the Matrix basically getting its blood sacrifice, right? And that creates a very prominent whatever. People will go through there. There are tons of videos online. You can spend all day just looking up stuff about Gettysburg and looking, and there are videos of ghosts of Union and Confederate soldiers walking in formation and kind of looking like they're trying to, like they're walking like they're hunkered down, you know. I mean, you can see it. I mean, it's so there is this matrix that traps fractals of us there. If that makes any sense at all, that do not go back to the soul matrix. And so what happens is you're interacting with these beings that are there, and some of them, they just become like batteries for that region, that area. They're trapped there. But there are entities there that are part of the what we call the darkness, the goo, the black, the whatever. And they want you to be there. They want you to be a part of it too, because it adds to their whatever, because they've become part of the parasite. And so, in my opinion, my personal opinion, I would stay far away from that place, right? But Anthony Zabaz is a grown man. I can't tell him, hey, man, don't do that. And he can tell you, yeah, you know, chinga tu madre, whatever. He can tell me whatever. You know what I mean? As a friend, I would say be very, very cautious and don't go out there by yourself, because I know you're going to go out there anyway, but I would not go by myself. I would not, because I don't want to end up hearing one day that you just disappeared. Right? You know what I mean? And
Well,
you made me think about something that I learned back in the 90s when I went through occult crime investigation training. One of the things that was a definite indicator of occult crime was when, if there was a murder scene, but the body had been completely drained of blood, and there was no blood all over the crime scene. You know, when you found a crime scene that was very clean and the corpse was totally sanguinated, that was something to look at. And another thing that I learned was, you know, most people have the idea that these satanic worshipers are a bunch of crackheads. That's not true.
No.
That's the absolute low-level front people. The people that you want to look at are usually the high society people in your community. And I can tell you that in Temple, we had 3 different covens under observation, and they finally moved out. They would rent a house for 6 months, and then we'd get calls from the neighbors because, you know, like once every week or 2 weeks, there'd be a whole bunch of cars around this rental property, and the rest of the time there was nobody there. And the neighbors got suspicious, and that's how we knew where all of them were. But they finally got tired of us sitting on them, and they moved out to the Bartlett Holland area, and they rented farmhouses. And I remember getting confirmation from that. My wife had a friend that worked for Child Protective Services, and she, before she retired, she was in charge, where she was one of the operators for the 800 number, and she got a bunch of calls once they moved out in the Bartlett Holland area. People were reporting, suspicious activity, and you may not believe it, but they believe it, and they do these rituals and these practices. I believe that they're real. They have a real world effect. That this just isn't something that somebody's doing that doesn't produce results. Or why would these people continue to do these things if there weren't any results brought out of it? And then probably the last thing I guess I want to talk about in reference to the blood is the adrenochrome. I've seen some of our political people that look like they were on death's door. One of them's a woman that we all know and probably don't care much about. And I've seen her look like she was about to go into the casket. And then the next time you see her, she looks like she's 25 years younger.
Yep, propped up.
So, that's just some of the things that I ran across. I've been retired for a long time and haven't been around this stuff, but I can tell you that it was taken very seriously. And there were people that actually that worked for the feds that did PhD thesis, and that's one of the training manuals that I was trained on. Was a guy that got his he was injured working for the DEA, and they sent him back to school so he could have a high-ranking office job. And his thesis was done on occult crime investigation, and that was one of the books that was used to train me. And there's some people out there and working in the criminal justice system over 20 years. There's some stuff that most people wouldn't believe if I told them, except, you guys are into this stuff and know it exists, but 95% of the people that are walking the streets out here listening to us talk about this stuff on this
Go crazy
Monday night show, they think we're all ready for some heavy duty counseling down at the shrink office.
and so
Just read.
So I just want to intercede there to that. Great points. Man, I'm so concerned with some of the stuff I've heard. And I'm talking to someone who apparently works for the U.S. government. I would hate to imagine if you ever got back into that field. I know you're retired, but I'm really concerned that stuff is infiltrated the system now and is running the government and a lot of police forces. Like just some of the stuff we hear even recently from Josh, some of these guys escape these cults. Like it does sound like unfortunate when the time where they've infiltrated the very system is supposed to stop them. So I completely agree with everything you say. I'm just really concerned things have gotten even worse since you've left. I don't know if it's so or not. I don't know if you've heard anything about that yourself.
I retired in 2007, but if you don't believe that these people, a war to them or a drone strike or whatever, they're just like these wars in the Middle East. That is a blood sacrifice for these people. And that's just a sacrifice to their God. And that, people need to wake up before it's too late. But so many people have normalcy bias, and they don't want to hear this because it's so opposite to what they've come to believe, and it puts them out of their comfort zone. And so, they just want to watch the Cowboy game or go play golf or whatever, take their mind off of it. Mm-hmm. The last thing they want to do is talk to one of us.
Tony is making very good good point here. They that's all they want. Now here's my thing. I don't understand this because I love to watch the Cowboys, the Texans, the Buccaneers. Those are my teams. I like to watch the Astros, the Spurs, the Mavericks, whoever. But that's not all consuming in my life. Like I have a lot to
Bread and
do.
circus for most.
Yeah, it is.
Just a few days ago, I had a homeless guy, Anthony, you were with me, and the guy goes, "You get off on messing with people. This is your life."
Cognitive dissonance.
And he had a sign, and I wasn't trying to be mean. And I said, your sign says you'll work, right? You'll work for food, whatever, which is bullshit because he didn't care about the food. He wanted money. But I told him, I said, I literally work for Visa or to pay off my cards and to pay my Ford, and my GMC bill. Okay. Like, I work for mortgage. Dude, I am a debt slave like everybody. I said, you're freer than I am. And no, I don't get off on messing with you. I don't give a shit what you do with yourself. You could go out there and just, take the biggest stick you can find and shove it up your rear end. I don't care. There are so many things that I have to deal with in my life. I don't give a damn about your whatever. I just said, just get the F off the property because he was bathing literally in one of our bathrooms. And I just said, can you please not wipe your shit all over the wall? That's it. That's all I want right now at this moment. But what the point of that is that there is room for many, many other things in your life. When something becomes all consuming, it can really be bad. Okay. So nothing should take up every waking moment. I sleep 5 hours a day on average, and I have a bunch of people that can attest to this. This is not a joke. I'm not making this up. When I say things, I'm the same guy I am here. I'm at home. I'm the same person. I'm not putting on a costume and being like, guys, here I am today. And then when the show's over, yeah, let's get the F out of here, man. I don't do that. That's not who I am. I mean, I sat there and talked with Sean and Richard off camera, and behind the scenes, and we've talked about all kinds of stuff. I am very much the same guy. I don't put on the mask. If it becomes something to where you're obsessed with it, that is a problem. Now, I can't speak to what Wraith does or what he doesn't do when he's. I thank you for that donation. I appreciate that, Ryaka. But I can't speak for what this man does. But I think that he's got big cojones. I can say that. I'm bigger than when I wouldn't put mine out there. On the other hand, though, I gotta say what Sean is bringing up about people doing certain things in this world. And what's happening is that there is evil, and right now in our world they have let the cat out of the bag, right? They have shown us the e-files, right? One of the things that this really is just barely anybody's talking about it. It says that our former president was not even real, like in the files. Like, has anybody? People are arguing today. They were going back and forth, and there's just one guy. He's an idiot. He's from the Bigfoot community. He's a dumbass. I've heard people on both sides of the flesh and blood, spirit, whatever, that just think he's an idiot. I don't even know why I bothered wasting my time talking to this guy. He kept posting the same statement repeatedly. Oh, none of this has been fact checked and blah 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 blah. He probably believes in Snopes.
Hey, the cat's part of the team, eh?
Snopes was really just, it was just a guy and his wife and his cat.
Yeah.
And they were literally just making shit up for the left. Okay. Anytime
And he was a cokehead that raped his wife every single day as well.
Okay. Now you just said the R word on my show. Thank you for saying
I'm sorry.
dumbass. Okay. Anyways, whatever. You could have said grape.
Sorry.
Right? Say something else. Grape. You just said that. But the point is that you have these people that are going to be the way that they're going to be. And then there are these people that are non-playable characters. And there's the non-participant characters. And they will literally quote to you every stat in the entire universe, right? Of a basketball, whatever. But they can't tell you one iota about the real reality. And I think the real reality is the one that we are all talking about. starting with Anthony at the end of the panel there. He is walking through and in and out of real realities. And there are people like Sean who's dealt with the real reality. And there's Sage Cooley. He's our guest on Friday. And then, Richard and everybody on this panel, Tony, Drake, everybody, Anthony over here, that's my co-host, say hi. There you go. Okay. I don't know, because he's eating pistachios or whatever. Him and my brother, they eat that shit,
Always hungry.
But the point is that you're a part of this real reality. So I'm going to say this: our former president, supposedly, according to these files, was executed by firing squad.
2019.
In 2019. And now
I believe they even said in the email that he's a clone.
Yeah. What's crazy, and the clone ages very fast. They can't stop that. That's something that Star Wars told you years ago.
100%
right?
it did. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they did that because guess what? That's their disclosure. One of my friends used to be a part of an order that was very evil. They were satanic. He's not anymore. He's born again, but he's nearly died 3 times. I'm fairly certain they're trying to kill him, but through magic, right? But here's what I'm going to say about that. He said it. He said it himself. He says, in our order, we believe that as long as we said it, that we weren't subject to karma.
Yeah, the esoteric law.
Yes. And they're trying to circumvent that. So and this guy who was arguing with me, and then there was a woman that was arguing with me, and I just was like, I said, have either of you looked at the files? No response. Exactly. So shut the F up. You haven't even read this shit. I mean, I've barely scratched the damn surface. They're there at the Department of Justice. But I'm also the guy that went and looked at Soviet files over the last 10 years. I've been reading those, and Anthony knows. Mm-hmm. There are millions of pages of that shit. What the KGB knew. And not only do you get that, but then you get the Stasi, these German files, and you get all these other files. And I know probably one fraction of the American public has read these. I have. And then they're like, how do you know? How do you know? And I'm like, because I've read the shit. It literally talks about it right there. It is right there. And people are so damn mentally lazy.
People are willfully stupid
too, and they will not go and they will not do these things.
Yep. Willfully
and then
stupid.
We have people eating children. They are literally cannibals. And they're like, why is nobody being prosecuted? Well, because it's easier for somebody to just pipe up and go, oh, none of this is true. You know why? Because in their world, it's not true because they didn't bother to go and look at it and read what I did or what so many other people are actually reading.
Well, Josh, what about neurological damage from having the thing? And I think that's why when you're driving around today, that you see people, it's not just their cell phone that they're fixated on. It's like you look at them and the light turns green, and they can't decide whether to go or not.
Yes,
it's like they're in a different world.
At them and they flip out. And I've watched them like coming out of the HEB close to where I live. They'll sit there and it's a frontage road to Loop 363. And it'll be open from here to Mexico City, and they sit there. And then cars come, and then once the cars come, they pull out in front of somebody.
Yeah,
I mean, I just don't get it. I pray for them. I actually, when I get in my truck now, I pray for people in God's mercy and grace to help them out. That way, I don't get so aggravated. When they
it's easy to get aggravated.
Different wavelengths and universes, and some of us are on the similar wavelength that we're kind of vibing. They sometimes call it, and there's some people that just never get connected. It's like you don't exist to you, and they don't exist to them. But you can't occupy the same space. There's a collision.
It's all connected.
How many people are blanks? Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are just. I don't know if they have a soul.
I have 2 things to say about what you just said and what Anthony said about us. I'm going to make a connection here. First thing I want to say before I ask Anthony a question about what you just said. Okay. But what I want to say is that area that you were talking about, Temple. When I was a kid, Temple was known as a very a lot of Satanism,
Yeah, satanic panic.
satanic, yeah. And then when I was a kid, this is something that I heard when I was a child, and I've actually told someone's encounter on here, or maybe they told it, whatever. But there was a hold on one second. Let me look it up. So there was a rumor when I was a kid that there was a satanic stronghold between Bartlett and Granger out into the east in a town called Davila. That is not far from Holland. And if you look at a map, right up the map from Holland is Academy, and then you go up into Temple. And that is supposedly where these they were a coven of witches / warlocks. This is what I was told as a kid. And I'm going to show you how this is all connected. But according to what I was told, this is that there were shapeshifters, and that my friend's cousin, this isn't like a friend of a friend and a story I heard. No, this was one of my really good friend Juan's cousin, and she told me this herself. Okay, and her name is Marciana, and Marciana, I grew up with her. She was a few years older than me. She went to school with my sisters. She claimed to have seen something go across the road. The highway would have been, or not the highway, it's like a little county. It's a four according to this, it would have been 487. It runs out of Bartlett and it goes through Davila. Davila is just to the north of it. Then it goes down to San Gabriel in that area, right? She claims to have seen something run across the road. This was when I was like 12 or 13. Maybe I was just starting to, like, almost a teenager. That was one of the earliest reports of werewolf activity, dogman activity that I ever heard. Then there was a story that I got from my friends who told me that they saw these dogs stand up and walk. They're wolves, stand up and walk. And then it just went on. And I just thought, even after hearing all of this, though, 15 years old on Halloween night, 1990, it was not in my mind that any of this was real. It was in the back of my mind that maybe possibly there could be something to these stories, but I wasn't going to be afraid. And, oh, well, and then you run into something that is an upright wolfman creature. You're not expecting that, right? So everything all of a sudden very quickly becomes not necessarily real, but possible. And after that, I had a very open mind when people would tell me the things that they saw, because I'm like, I don't doubt you, because I saw a freaking werewolf. I saw it. I was very close to it. And every story that I had ever heard started clicking in my mind. Like, wow, dude, this is real. These are real. You have to really come to terms with this. So Anthony, you go out into these places, this place, the Donkey Lady Bridge, and now we have people that have claimed that they've seen a werewolf type creature, or werewolves, dog, man, whatever. You have people claiming to see Bigfoot. You have people, you found habitation, which could be, you found proof of what could be portals, at least physically, right? You found all kinds of stuff. People have seen orbs out there, which we know. Richard's told the story about things popping out of these orbs. We've had these, one of the cases I remember it was very creepy, just kind of stuck out of my mind. Of all the hundreds that we've covered, there was these sisters that lived in an old plantation house in Louisiana. I don't know, Auntie, if you remember that. And that was it a green orb went across the creek, and they could see the dogman's legs hanging out of it.
Wow.
That one was gnarly, dude. That one is up there with the Oswings, the lower body chasing the. I don't know if I've told you. I should watch it. I don't think we've released that one yet. It's a pre-record. Yeah, there's some that stand out in my mind. A few that really, the guy Jean, the French guy, he moved to Canada, French Canadian. After he left France, he moved to Canada to be around the other French weirdos. He's a good guy. He's a ghostwriter. He's a really good guy. He passed away a couple years ago. He was a nice man. but his story about that thing crawling out of the mirror in the attic when he was alone in that chateau in France, out in the middle of nowhere, and he saw the footprints that went and disappeared. That story always stuck with me. There are some that stick with you, you know. And I'll say this, Anthony, your story stuck with me in the way that when you told me, you were just like, I'm not in my right timeline. Like it really, that just kind of like, it's like, damn, dude, that right there is the scariest thing. I don't want to walk through something and not know where the hell I am, you know. And the fact that people, this is what really gets me about this community too. The fact that people will poo-poo your research and act like, oh, well, we're interested in it as long as you see a ghost. But the minute you start talking about portals and timelines and anything else, they're just kind of like, oh yeah, I don't know about that.
We had our
yeah
portal back in the
you
old
just kind of fade away into retardation, you know. That happens, man. Like when I was at the Paracon in San Antonio, the Kling brothers, nice guys. They put on a pretty good conference. I've been 3 of them. They were talking to, you know, we were all standing around talking, and when it got to people talking about the cryptids, and there was a family there that was talking about seeing this werewolf type creature down in a ditch in West San Antonio, and I corresponded with them after the conference. There were 3 or 4 ghost researchers there. They just kind of they looked like their face, like their face was melting. They were like they had nothing to, like, as soon as you talked about that, you know, and these were other paranormal people who were talking about it because their house was also having weird activity. I said, that's the point. It's all connected. And then you have the same thing on the other side of the fence. You have the Bigfoot researchers like, you know, these are apes. They're just walking around, you know, shitting, and, you know, whatever, living. You know what I'm saying? And there ain't no such things as ghosts and UFOs and just bullshit, you know. And you can't get the time of day correct with these people.
Yeah.
And then they look at our show and they're like, it's some kind of weird little oddity or whatever, you know. And I'm sitting there. One of these people was very arrogant with me. I'm not going to say, he's a big fat ass. And he threw my card back. Oh, I'm not really interested in that kind of stuff. I said,
I've had a few.
So I look at his little channel. He gets like 300, not to talk shit, but he gets like 300 views on his channel. And I'm like, that is your problem. That is your problem right there. Our channel is not a little tiny curiosity. Oh, it's kind of like in that little crossroad area. No. And I'm going to say something. I'm saying very arrogant, and I don't give a shit. We are the future right now. This is happening in real time. This is it right here. Because you have people who are having these experiences with Bigfoot, Dogman, ghosts, and what have you, and it's all happening. And that's the real reality. Yeah. And these people, whether they're from the ghost community or the Bigfoot community or the UFO community, they whether they want to come willingly or they have to be dragged into this kicking and screaming, we have ways of making you walk. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And I gotta say, people like Anthony Ceballos, whether you believe that he should be going out there or not, like I said, he's a grown man. He's not a kid. He can do what he wants. These are people that are out there actually doing the work. Hellbent Holler is another one. I got to say, there's a few of them out there that are doing it. They are going to places where Bigfoot, Dogman straddles the lines between reality and ghosts and things like that. And it's really happening.
Go out and
all there.
Literally miles away from their car. Insane. They do insane work.
Yeah, I got to say something. So I got to ask Anthony a question, going by what Chaplain Tony said. He says that some of these people, he doesn't even know if they have a soul. So this is kind of a funny question, but I'm not really trying to be humorous. I'm just being serious, and it may come across unintentionally funny, and maybe because there are some brain dead test monkeys out there who are walking around and even driving and even working and being around. They're just Matrix babies. Children of the Kali Yuga, children of the Matrix, whatever.
Tears.
Yeah, they're the tears, the wheat and the tears. So, Anthony, I got a question for you. What if you took one of these, and you probably know some in your life, I know I do, these NPCs. Let's say you took somebody who's basically the soul, which is not, to me, not the same as your spirit. The spirit is something a little bit different. The soul can be bigger than the body. That's a true thing. That's a real thing. What if you take one of these people that barely has a soul? They just barely have a pulse, right? And you, Mr. Sabaz, you took them out there to this Donkey Lady Bridge, and you were experiencing the phenomenon. Do you think that they would experience it, or would they be so, taken in by the fakery of the Matrix that they wouldn't even notice it? Would they not get an upgrade, or would they get an upgrade and maybe have a brain?
Well, I don't think they would get past the bridge.
Yeah, the portal just spits them right back out.
It's happened before. And one of those downloads I was talking about is when I first started experiencing that, I started catching on to the patterns of the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And I started seeing it at work. I started seeing it around people. I started seeing as I'm driving home, and and it just kept I just kept opening more and more. We've gone through so many of these gateways that at one time we were actually losing ourselves. This is what I'm talking about. You lose your mind because there was so much information, so many things that we weren't allowing the process. Like we would go into one timeline, but then we would jump into the next one. So it's kind of like just jumping around something and not letting the cake bake. You know what I mean? You keep poking at it and just opening the door. So I had told one of my members, says, what's going on with this is that we're not allowing the process of learning what we're supposed to learn in this timeline. So let's just stop jumping and stop going. So if we started going around these things, just literally going around them, and until you just knew that it was time to go, or something like what you're talking about, or our ex-commander. It's funny how you don't hear nothing about him. He literally disappeared. Every other one you hear about him later. They're out golfing at the bar, whatever, the beach. This one literally disappeared. You never see him. You haven't seen him. And so those are the things too that you start to recognize on who they are also. And
they're done with him.
Yeah, and so you start to catch on how, like, that's what I meant, how the universe works, so how this matrix works, how this thing that we're in, that you can actually change it, or if you don't like it, you can just jump out of here. Mm-hmm. And then come back to another one. I was in one before. Next thing, I want to go out there again. It's okay. I'm on PRT, right? So I can do it. Yeah. And I came back to one where the world was freaking going in chaos. We talk about the third war now. Well, the third war started happening then. And it was all over everything. It was all over TikTok. It was all over, Facebook. Everything was just, it's just started to implode. The countries that we see now that are supposed to be getting together, this and that you hear now, it happened then. And I started thinking about it. It's like, I don't want to go through this. I don't want to see my kids go through this. And I went and I found one and I went through it and I came back and it was different.
Wow.
Different timeline.
It's like a friggin' season of Sliders, man.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of movies where I've seen, like, where did y'all get this from? Because there's no freaking way you could know. I know it's a movie, but you're dead on.
Yeah, that the one show where they're always jumping into a different parallel universe through the portals every episode.
Yeah. So this is the things that start to happen. That's what I mean about a price to pay is that you cannot. One thing that I told my son that he didn't get, but this is why he's at where he's at now, but is that you come back and you can't fall in love, because in one of these places you're going to come, it's going to be perfect, almost perfect. Everything's going to be exactly what you want. It's kind of like right now. I mean, it's exactly what I want. I have everything I wanted. I'm doing everything that I want to do, but I can't last because the time will collapse. Time collapses, and when it starts to collapse, you need to jump before you do, because that parallel is going to close and you're going to collapse with it. And that's where you're going to lose your mind and just going to, whatever's going to happen to you. So you need to jump to the next one. So it's kind of like another time in your life. It's gonna be you're next to it, but it's gonna be the same, but not the same. And so I told him you cannot fall in love with the world that we come back in, because if you do, you're gonna stay stuck in it, and then you're gonna get stagnant, and it's just gonna dry out, and you're gonna just collapse with it. Because time collapses.
What if that is what you're talking about here? What if that is really what's happening all the time to all of us?
It's just that people, like you said, they're dummies and they don't know.
They don't notice it. Because I walk outside one day, and Anthony, you were with me. So was Nelly, and so was Tony when we got the Durango. It's a Durango GT. I got it because it's one of those. It's got the same sort of like a Charger. But it's an SUV. So I liked it. I got that, and now it has gray rims. I'm like, what in the hell? It was black on black on black. And Garrett is the sales guy there at the place. He can attest that that's what I called him. I said, dude, this thing has gray rims. He goes, what, did you change them? I said, no. He remembers it the way it's supposed to be. But then sometimes you'll talk to these happy, smiley, whatever, the NPC smiley people, and they'll be like, I don't remember that. It was that way. No, it wasn't. And you're annoying.
And it's not that they're dummies. It's let me rephrase that. It's like the very first Matrix, when the guy says, ignorance is bliss. I want to stay like this. This is what I want. I don't want to remember nothing. This is the life
He's eating
that I
the
want.
steak and all that.
Yeah. And I know the steak is not real, but it's going to taste real to me. So ignorance is bliss. And that's what these people, what we call.
And what if these phones, Anthony, and whoever on the panel here, Cooley, Sean, anybody wants to answer, what if these phones, these little black mirrors, what if this is part of it? Maybe the 5G is just it when you start to go like, I don't really want to be a part of this. I want something, and then the phone does something to you. And
absolutely, it does.
I got to tell you something really weird. I think I said this on the stream the other day. There was one of the people that we were interviewing, me and Anthony, and he was talking about this. He had multiple copies of really bad books. There were segments of them in this journal that this guy left. And this guy may have been a killer because he had things on there about dissecting people and stuff. So what ended up happening, he was just a kid, when this happened. His name was Marcos and his brother Luis. And what's crazy is that what they were talking about was like this and I can't say 100% like this is like everybody experiences this or whatever, but what he was talking about was this woman that got him into the occult and wanted that book, and then she started going over the pages of that journal, and then she started hunting down these books, and then he goes, and then she got me into it. Almost like somebody starts collecting baseball cards or Pokemon or whatever, and then they get you into the hobby. And he goes, it became our hobby.
So I got into it a little.
That's what happens. You go down the rabbit hole, right?
You go down the rabbit hole.
Obsessed with this darkness, whatever. And her name was Camila. And then I'm just looking for, and this is one of them I got here. It's pretty good. It's called Happy Being. I found it, so it was a type of tea, right? Mm-hmm. So I was just looking for teas with low sugar, and some health benefits on Amazon. And this has nothing to do with it. And I see Camila. And I'm like on my Amazon, and I'm like, what the freaking hell is that on my computer? So I just go down there and I look and I click on there, and it's about some vampirist woman, and there's multiple different books about it. And I'm like, like you can't tell me this is not the Matrix. It's trying to lure you in, like, and because I had mentioned this woman's name was Camila, and she did do some pretty dark things, and you're sitting there going like, this is weird. Like, how does the Matrix know? And then you'll mention something, or a word will come up in your day-to-day whatever, and it'll be something that you hadn't heard or talked about in months, and then it'll come up again later on in the day from someone else. They'll say that, and you're just going like, oh, okay, that's weird. Like, how does that happen? Like, what is that?
I know we had to talk about like different dimensions and how, you know, that could happen. And I sort of believe that, you know, that people in different dimensions could use the same like data transfer system as cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just so much weird stuff that's talked about online that it can't all be from here.
The cell phone, all the chips, and it's saying here, all the chips in the cell phone. The cell phone chips are literal demonic sigils.
Yeah.
They're literally demonic sigils. And if you go through the sigil book, you can look up and see what each individual one means. It is.
You know what the problem with that, what he just said, and I'll just say his name. He's a guy that has a show. His name's Christopher. He's a friend of mine. He was, but he, you know, when we were at the conference at the Paracon, not last year, but the year before, and we were all eating dinner afterwards. And he's like, Anthony brings that up, and he goes, "Oh, no, they're not," you know. And he starts arguing with Anthony, and of course, everybody at the table just kind of fades away into the whatever. And I'm just like, dude, because he's super smart mentally, but where is your spiritual intuition, smart guy? Because obviously, he's a computer guy, so he has to tell you, no, that's not the case.
Illogical.
Because the Matrix tells me so. The Matrix says don't. And you're just like, shut the fuck up. Dude.
Yeah, the Matrix program. The Matrix programs him to defend it.
That's exactly right. I'm telling you, when you start to try to mess with the Matrix messes back with you. Right?
Yep.
I'm telling you.
It's a sacred cow. He can't deny a sacred cow, or his whole thought process falls apart.
Precisely. He stares into the abyss, and the abyss has stared back into him.
And he's got a show about all this stuff. That's what gets me is like, you have a show about all this, but you're smart as hell, but you're not in tune. You're not smart. I mean, because if you were
sometimes you got to be open-minded, not just smart. Because there's always certain things that open-minded, because there are always certain things that kind of break logic. There's things that break for no apparent reason, even though we put so many effort to make something bulletproof. There's always something that happens.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's just the way it is, you know, and like what Anthony said about they won't get past the bridge. Then I kind of thought about myself because I didn't get past the bridge. I was like, oh, okay, maybe the Matrix will spit you out like, ugh, you are yuck. I can't suck anything off of you. You know, hopefully that's not, you know, that's my case, that they can't do anything to me. So they just, you know, maybe that's a good thing. You know?
No, that's not the only place. I mean, that's my primary place that I go to here. Like I said, the Black Swan Inn. The Black Swan Inn has a vortex in it.
Oh, it does.
You know, I know Joanne for a long time, and
not a portal, a vortex. You're right.
Yeah,
you said the right words.
And you know, so the Menger. I mean, at the Menger, that's my second one. I have some awesome Shadow Man pictures, man, that rival anything out there that I've taken. Perfect pictures of them in there. The girl in the mirror. So there's I don't just when people tell me, well, you're with the forest. No, I just know what it does. You know what I mean? It's my primary one, but it's my home, put it that way. But that's not the only place I go.
You been to the Emily Morgan?
Yes.
Emily Morgan was USA Today. In 2018, they voted it the #2 most haunted hotel behind the Stanley. I've been to the Stanley too. But the Emily Morgan, I had some weird stuff happen. Every time we would go out and come back, the phone would be off the hook and turned around. The water was coming on. Same thing happened to me at Fort Brown. And the bartender was like, she was like, yeah, this place is haunted as hell. She's like, it's, you know, just point blank. And then when I looked and I saw that article, I was like, oh, crap. And my wife thinks to this day that I did that on purpose. We were coming back from the coast. I didn't choose that. Anthony, was it you or Tony? One of you?
That was my fault. Because I mean, it was just convenient, and it was right there downtown, and it was like very cheap for the location, and it had like a bunch of good reviews on Google. So I was like, hey, this is gold. Let's just stay at the Emily Morgan's. It's right there by the Alamo, downtown, inexpensive. What could go wrong? And then it turns out it's like the most haunted hotel in North America, next to the Stanley. And then the floor we stayed on was like the surgical floor.
Yeah, where all the stuff
Yeah.
that happened.
Oh,
And then the pool, the swimming pool, is where they had the metal gurneys and they welded
Yeah.
them all together, and that's what you're standing on when you're in the pool.
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a guy on one of those paranormal shows on TV, and the elevator opened up, and he saw like these people bleeding and whatever, and having whatever the hell it was, because people don't realize, like, Texas had a few Civil War battles here. Sheridan, who was the Union leader of the West, they fought a battle right there, not far. He tried to take certain cities like Austin and San Antonio. And so there was also a major battle in Corpus Christi. People don't know that either. And it was actually, get this, Franciscan monks that defended the port. That's freaking crazy with cannons. They actually blew up like 2 Union ships. There's a whole thing about it. It's very, very, people don't know the history, But Texas sent a lot of people. An entire regiment of soldiers from Texas were destroyed at Gettysburg. They held the line for 3 days, outnumbered like 30-1, and they actually were eventually annihilated. Them and the Tennesseans, once again, they're always, Texas and Tennessee seems to always be together, but they were eventually annihilated. But there's a conspicuous amount of bravery that has gone on, in the history of Texas. This is why we're so proud of our state and why we're so proud of where we are and who we are. There are a lot of people. I just posted a thing about one of Juan Seguin's lieutenants that fought he was Mexican, but he fought for Texas independence because they were being taxed too by Santa Anna, being taxed into oblivion to what? We had no reason to give everything to a town that was 16 hours away from us. It was like, who the hell are you, dude? So, I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, what they were trying to make us do, to submit. And I think that when you have that kind of mentality, like, it lends itself to the spirit of sacrifice. And I think San Antonio epitomizes that. And those spirits want to be remembered. They don't want their story to not be told, And the Mexican soldiers were very cruel to the Mexican people that lived up here, the Tejanos, because they looked at them as traitors when really they were just trying to survive. I mean, damn, you had the Comanches, you had different types of what they call Apaches, and not really Apaches. That actually is a derogatory word. But the different, like, you had the Lipan and the Kickapoo, and you had all these different types of natives, and they were all struggling to survive. And then you had the Tejanos, who were here. And then you had the Texans, as they called them, and everybody was just like, dude, we don't need more bullshit. We don't need Santa Anna coming up here and telling everybody at gunpoint that we're going to take everything from you. And that was the problem. I mean, I think that that's happening again. And now Texas is at the forefront once again, because we're about to be in 2027, March 2027, gold and silver is going to be a currency here.
Nice.
Right? It's going to be, and everybody's going like, oh, well, Texas is just being rebellious, blah, blah, blah. No, the truth is we don't need the union. And in fact, us being a part of the union is detrimental to us at this point. We have Wolf Camp. We don't need the union. The union is bleeding us dry. They are draining us. They are taking everything from us. And eventually somebody's going to have to stand up and say, enough is enough. Go and fight your wars for whoever the hell you want to fight it for. We're not going to do this because Texas can stand on its own. I think it's funny when people from California say, well, we're the 6th largest economy. You have to be. You have to be. You have 80 billion people over there. Some of them are illegal, right? But then some of them aren't, and then we don't,
I got my
whatever. When
papers.
you got that many damn people, you better have a big economy. You're the size of a country, of most countries. You're bigger
Texas,
than most countries.
yeah, Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world,
Mhm.
and that's compared to countries.
Countries.
And most
Yep.
people don't realize that
You guys
Texas
got
is
lots of
even cut down like we are after we became a state is larger than Germany.
Yeah, or
But
France.
Texas used to run all the way to the Montana border.
Yeah, and
Yep.
what's crazy about when the California being the 6th largest economy, I think they're the 7th now. They're just above us. But what's crazy is that these people will argue with you all day, and I always tell them, I said, you do not know what the F you're talking about, okay? Because they don't have the oil. They don't have the natural gas reserves, and they don't have the Gulf Shelf, and they do not have Wolf Camp. If Texas broke away from the Union, it would be a hard thing to do because the country, the United States, would be on the verge of collapse. I'm not joking. They would never let us go. They will kill us to a man to keep us a part of this country,
Yep.
which we don't want to be. But here is the problem. Between the Gulf Shelf and Wolf Camp, we have as much oil as the Middle East.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So we don't need nobody's help. We don't need it. We don't, and we're trapped. I mean, our leaders know that too. They know that we can't. That's why our governor is constantly, doing things that piss off whoever's in charge. Oh, Texas is doing it again. Well, we're doing it again because we don't want you. We don't need you, and you are sucking us like a damn vampire. And I really hate that we're always being attacked. But the independent-minded spirit that we have, I believe, is what is probably eventually going to save the rest of this country. Because I promise you, watch what happens. Everything I've said is going to happen has happened, right? I haven't lied. I've said it, and it happens.
Yep.
Here's what's going to happen. When we go gold, silver, okay, there's going to be 6 states that are going to join us real quick, okay? And it's the usual suspects, okay? Louisiana, Tennessee, Montana, yes, the ones that we're very close to because that's kind of just always been how it goes. And then they're going to follow suit, and then there's going to be more
got a
more
question.
states are going to follow that. What's going on, Sates? Tell me.
I got a question. Are you talking about like goldback, silverback, or is this going to be the
No,
standard
gold and
currency?
silver will actually be a form of currency that can be used. And the bank will have to honor it.
Oh wow! So it's totally above, like 5 steps ahead of goldback and silverback.
Yes, and
Because
so
like
here,
Utah has that.
no, see, this is going to be like the bank will have to honor your gold and silver as a form of currency. That starts in March 2027. That's something that
Wow.
our governor put into play. Like they pushed it through the Texas legislature. Now,
That's
what
nuts.
the problem is going to happen? There's going to be a lot of countries, or a lot of states, sorry, that are going to be because they have the retardation, right? Minnesota is with the retardation group. They're like, they're horrible. Okay. California, they're like,
Yep.
no, dude, we don't need that. We got the
Oregon,
large economy 'cause
Washington.
we got 10
They
billion
don't want
people.
that because they can't control it. That's why.
No. Gavin over there pretending to cry. I didn't know lizards could cry like that, but whatever. So, that's the thing. If you broke it down state by state, I could tell you fundamentally what's wrong with every state. And me and Anthony kicked this idea around. And whoever wants to be on the show can be on the show. We're going to do it on the Random Files. And we're going to literally go state by state like we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow's a Patreon, folks. You're on the Patreon. We're doing Bigfoot, the Nature of Reality. Really, really cool stuff. Tomorrow we're going to do Missouri. So we're going to do the state of Missouri tomorrow. But what we were talking about is like going state to state and pointing out fundamentally what's wrong with each one of these states and why, what would it take to make them become better. And I can tell you exactly who the problems are in those states. I mean, it's a simple thing. These people that are in the media, they have a penchant for lying, and they will tell you bullshit basically, and then they'll tell you why those states are so great and how they should be. Because those are the states that they can control. Of course they think that that's great because they're the ones that aren't going to fight back. Those are the ones that when they say, hey, we're here for your pew-pews, they'll be like, okay, I don't have any because I'm good, but my neighbor's not as more good as me, so go over there and get them, and they'll go take them, and then they'll end up like Australia and Britain and unarmed. And
I
just
lost all mine in a boating accident.
Do I?
I lost all mine in a boating accident.
Me too. I think we all did.
I mean, the Goy have been
never had it.
trained and conditioned to love their enslavement, man.
Yeah, go watch the Dark Crystal.
Yeah.
Gelflings.
The Gelflings. And then if you watch the movie, The Dark Crystal, there's no Gelflings left. It's all just the little podlings. But if you go back to the series, which they canceled real quick after one season, they were like, "Oi, what is this? Oy vey, this is a documentary. We can't have this puppets talking about us." They canceled that shit real quick because it was like
It's a great show.
it was because it was basically like Blade, like you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was too on the nose.
It was too on the nose, so they had to go, whoa, hey.
This is a problem here. We can't have this. They're gonna know what's going on.
You can just watch that show, and I mean,
now entertainment is exposing us too much.
the one Gelfling that turned them in, and then they started attacking her, and she was like, "What? I thought we were." Yeah, right.
Yeah,
they don't care. You're Shabbos Goy is what you are. You're used to that shit. You're used for that. That's what you are. They don't care. I mean, and the real reality keeps changing according to what they want it to be. And you don't even have to go through the portals that Mr. Ceballos is talking about. I mean, you could just look at these people and go like, you didn't make the last leap, did you? It's like, it's pretty obvious. I mean, like I was saying the other night on the members only. These people, why have they not died by a shopping cart accident at Walmart is beyond me. I have no clue how they didn't, how they've survived. I had one of them, he argued with me. He was a friend of mine's husband, and she was like, yeah, he believes everything in the media. He told me that, and he's over there like, it means friend. No, goy means slave. Does not mean your friend. I don't, and he was just
means
like,
animal. It means cattle.
Yeah, it means cattle.
It's cattle, but it's also slave.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
For us, it is truly just slave. I mean, it's evolved into that. But also cattle because you can eat us, right? We're delicious, apparently.
Well, because you raise cattle specifically to be slaughtered. And for profit, for food, whatever.
And what does he say? What does Abe Finkelstein say?
Sometimes you gotta thin out the herd.
Thin the hood. Yeah. That's what the wars are, right? Now we're going to go to war with it. And then you have Huckabee up there, so full of shit. So
at least we got ballpoint pens now.
He's a dispensationalist.
When you watch that interview with Tucker, you're just like, this guy is literally, he's dying to go to war with Iran.
Yeah.
Right?
Salivating.
And he's just over there like, well, we didn't, that wasn't caused by them, that Iraq. Because Tucker says, yeah, everybody that went to Iraq was because of that. No, it wasn't. No, you're a poopa head, not me. Like, and then there are people in those comment sections, real people. I look at their profiles and they're like, wow, I just love Huckabee. I'm so glad he's supporting them and he's fighting for them. And Tucker, what is wrong with Tucker? He's lost his mind. Why does him and Candace, they're such shit stirrers? What's wrong with these people? Why have they changed? Why can't they just be good going, shut up and be slaughtered? And I say this, it's very simple. Why don't you go fuck yourself? That's what I say. Why don't you do that? Huckabee and all the other people that go along with their bullshit. Sorry for the F-bomb, but I don't care. Okay. It's better than bombs over Persia.
Well, their interpretation of part of the Bible is totally incorrect. And when it talks about supporting Israel, if you are not a Jew, you're a Christian, you're under the New Testament covenant, not the Old Testament. And also, Israel ceased to exist in 70 AD when Rome destroyed it. It didn't come back into existence until 1948 under the Balfour
Declaration.
Balfour Declaration.
And here's my thing. I was taught in theology school that what they're talking about in the New Testament, Israel, is the believers in Christ.
Yes.
It's not a country. It's not a geographical location. It's a group of people, which if you're a Christian, you're part of the new Israel. And that's why
Exactly.
you pray for it daily.
Hmm.
It's not a country that didn't exist between 70 AD and 1948.
Exactly.
You know, what about that time period?
And the covenant was with the bloodline of Abraham, and it was fulfilled with Christ's birth.
That's right.
And another thing that I learned, I remember back, I was taking a class in the early 90s, and the professor, who was a biblical language PhD, who had been in the Holy Land and all the other countries around there, said that only 4% of the population were actually bloodline Jews that could trace their heritage back to Father Abraham.
Yeah.
Well, I read a white paper recently. It's down to 2% now.
Yeah.
The rest of them are Ashkenazi Jews
Ashkenazi,
out
yeah.
of the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think they-
Ukraine? It's
Why
pretty
do you
much
think they-
Well, what happened was, I think maybe it was in 600 AD, somewhere around there. They had Rome on one side of them, and they had the Muslims on the other side. They were being pressured by both to convert to either being a Muslim or Roman Catholic.
849 AD.
It was what?
849 AD under King
Okay.
Bulan.
Well, anyway, they selected being Jews so that they could loan money at interest, because if you were a Catholic or a Muslim, that was a death penalty offense at that time.
And so
And
they could claim they were the chosen ones of God.
Well,
yeah.
and that brings you into the modern day of what they are now. That particular, the state of Israel was chosen. Ben Gurion and Golda Meir and all them, they chose that name because they knew that they could trick Christians into believing that was the fulfillment of a promise. And what Chaplain Tony's talking about in 70 AD, the Romans under Titus, they actually, it was like a 4-month-long siege, and they literally destroyed Judea. Like, it was destroyed. And I'm not even talking about, they destroyed it. It was over 1 million Judeans were killed or enslaved, and then the rest were enslaved. It was the Jewish Roman War. And if you look it up, it's from 66 to 73. I got it memorized. And I can tell you
Totally
this.
destroyed the temple.
They destroyed the second temple. Absolutely destroyed it. This was, a lot of people believe, punishment for what they did to Christ.
Well, what group did Jesus whip and drive from the temple grounds? The money lenders, the money changers.
Which were the Sadducees at that time. Because the Sadducees were the rich people, and they didn't believe in anything spiritual. They didn't. They actually did not. They were even different than like the average Talmudic believers now that believe in like the Talmud, or they believe in they didn't believe in anything. Yeah. But you had the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The Pharisees were a little more attractive to the average person because they actually believed in an afterlife, whereas Sadducees didn't.
Yeah, they thought once you died, that's it.
Yeah, you die, that's it. There's nothing left. And so if you weren't rich, then and life sucked, then you just lived a crappy life, and then you die. So the Pharisees were a larger group, but the Sadducees had all the money. They had a powerful base, and they hated each other, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, but they all hated Jesus. Because Jesus told them that they were wrong. Both sides. He said, you're both wrong. It's kind of like Republicans and Democrats. They're both full of shit, and everybody's picking sides, when in reality, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get shit on either way. You're not one. You're not. I always think it's funny when these people choose these teams. It's like, do you think they care about you?
Yeah.
You think they're going to give they're thinking when they're on the Senate floor, you know what? I really should care about these people. They don't give a damn, dude. Look at the applause that BB got when they clapped so long and so loud, he actually got annoyed. And they're just lining up to kiss his ass
at the beer joint after they get out of Congress.
Yes.
They do. And you know what's crazy is that they actually, what happens is that you give them your money, or you go to them to borrow money, but it's really your money because you've all been giving them money. And that's why they have it all. And then when they give you money, you're thankful for it because they lent you some money with 35% interest. Awesome. That's incredible. And then it's the same thing whenever people worship the archons, the demons, whether you're worshiping Rimfan or Moloch or any of these, the reason that they have power is because you're worshiping it, collectively worshiping it. So then where do you go to get favors and power? You go back to that entity because everybody's worshiping it. If everybody stopped, they wouldn't have any power. But they're doing, it's really it's a effed up thing that we do. We sit here and we give power to the worst people, and we give power to these evil entities, and then we go back and we're like, well, they have all this power. Yeah, because you gave it to them.
Yeah.
You give things power. If you're afraid of something that's in your house and you give it power, then it's on you because you're afraid. Jesus says you don't have to be afraid. Just call out to me, tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Christ. That's all you got to do. And people are afraid. I interview so many people that'll tell me, and I've had people come on the show and tell me, and they're afraid to say it because this thing had them scared. But by saying it, you take the power back. See, that's why Christ says he would often call himself the Son of Man. That wasn't just for mankind's sake. That was for the archons and the demons, so they would hear him saying that, because he was confirming to us that we had true dominion over them.
Yep.
See, and that's the thing. So, yeah, that's the key. If you stop giving the power to the power base, there is no more base.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. If we all just said, you know what, we're sick and tired of this, where is the outrage for this? Where is the outrage? I see people protesting for every type of bullcrap under the sun, but nobody's out in the streets protesting for the children that were eaten.
Sure.
Nobody's saying anything other than, oh, I'm in shock. And then you have dummies that are literally denying what is being said in the Department of Justice pages. And they're knee-jerk saying that because they don't want to believe in it, or because their favorite actor or rapper or whatever the bullshit is, whatever artist or whatever.
Yeah.
They weren't in the Diddy parties. They weren't doing no. They're not in those e-files. Yes, they are. And yes, they were. And yes, they were eating babies, and they were playing around with baby oil and every bullshit else thing you could possibly think of. Yes, they were. And no, they're not straight. Stop saying they are. It's like, I'm so tired of it, dude. All these mentirosos out there just lying, dude. They're just lying. And they're sitting there. There's people popping off on Facebook that are flat out denying what you can literally go look up on the Department of Justice website. They're flat out denying it. And then there's people going, oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what to believe. Why don't you go read the pages? I know there's a bunch of them, but you can look them up. I mean, it just.
Well, we're at a point now where like you don't even have to read. Anything you want to learn, you just type it into Google. I mean, into YouTube, and there's endless videos about anything you want to learn about. Like it's the perfect time to just, even if you're a mentally lazy person who doesn't want to take the time to actually read through something, fine. There are videos out there right here on this platform where someone else is doing all the reading for you and giving you, it's literally spoon feeding you the information. And then you're going to be like, well, I don't know. What? What do you mean? What is up for debate? What part of this is up for discussion? It's right there in black and white. They're talking about eating people, eating children, running an international child smuggling ring, and referring to them as cheese pizza, referring to these U9 under 9 red pizza parties, referring to hey, I really in their emails they tell each other, hey, I'm looking forward to watching dripping cheese pizza. Dripping with what?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what do you think that means? Red,
Yep.
the Red Shoe Club, the Red Hat Club. What's the girl's name? JonBenet Ramsey.
Mhm.
There's a picture of her on Epstein's shoulders, and then
And
shortly
then-
after that, she goes missing.
And then there's the
And then her dad is wearing those red shoes.
yeah, the child from the Poltergeist movies.
Yeah.
The little blonde-haired girl that died, and that was them. They they did that stuff like in front of a bunch of people. That they do this. They just do it. And they say things like, well, nobody's going to believe it anyway, or nobody, because if you do it right out in the open, and you had Ellen DeGenerate over there, nasty woman, very nasty woman with her Nosferatu little face, just look at her. I mean, she's a very prolific cannibal. That's what they said. And there's emails on there,
Yeah.
and people are just like, "Oh, I just don't know if I believe that." Well, because you haven't read it, have you? But then you're commenting and telling people not to. Oh, yeah, you got to just really be careful about what they. Who's they? The Department of Justice, because it literally says it right there.
What
It
do they
literally
think?
says it right there.
Yeah, what did they think Epstein meant when he said that he ate jerky alone for 2 years in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, the stuff that they do and the stuff that they say. And I just got to be careful with my algorithms, but Richard, he says whatever all the time. Can you please
Sorry.
watch my algorithms where I reach through this thing and slap the shit out of you?
Sorry, buddy.
Was it Richard's fault that I couldn't find y'all for 2 weeks in a row?
Probably with his big mouth. He'll just say whatever the hell comes to his mind and say it, whatever.
Get me over on the random files. We'll go to Rumble, and then I can actually.
That's what we got to do,
Yeah.
so we can say what we got to say about all these pieces of crap.
I have a channel in Rumble.
We'll just go to Rumble and say what we got to say. But seriously, though, I mean, yeah, you got these people doing these things and other people acting like it's not happening. And then, so, it's not a surprise when you, Anthony, told me that when you started talking about the portals and the different stuff that's going on out there, you just lose people. They're just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to fluoride stare and wander off,
Yeah.
Let me go eat a tube of toothpaste so I can be more stupid.
Yeah. Well, I got banned off of YouTube, of my YouTube channel there for a while when I started bringing up the orange mist that was being sprayed in New York and the
I think that those plane spray.
I broke the WHO rules or something like that, and
yeah, you got to be careful how you word things and say things, and they use little things to whatever. And like I said before, there are people who have tried to poo-poo us and marginalize us from all these different communities, like we're some kind of weird little oddity there with the whatever. All our numbers are real, 100% real. Otherwise, we would have hundreds of thousands of views because I could have just bought the shit, but I don't. But a lot of these big players, if you look at their numbers, they're fake. They're fake because if they have a chat, they're not going to get 300, 400, 500 people to be here at midnight, talking about this stuff. We have gone live 2 and 3 in the morning and got 300 people in here.
Yeah, I stumbled across a channel with the other day, 3 million subscribers, 3 million almost. That they went live in the middle of the day, late afternoon. They had like 400 people in there.
Yeah, that's absolute BS. Absolute BS. And so that is the bullshit that's going on. And then these people want to talk down to me, and I'm like, yeah. And when they started their shit with me, with their wars and bullshit with me, there was several of them aligned against me. And some of them, everybody thought were big, heavy hitters. Their channels are now in smoldering ruins. This isn't bragging. This is the truth. Don't start shit And I expose them. Yeah. Oh, you're big badasses, huh? You're a major. Wrote an old article about himself. He's a major brand.
Yeah.
Sure, you are.
Storytelling master.
Yeah, master storyteller. Telling stories about bullshit. He's really good at it. Yeah, whatever. The bottom line is this. Where are they? Where are you? There's no real is real, and then there's whatever the hell they're doing. So, you come to the Paranormal Roundtable, there will be an audience here. We have a lot of hyper intelligent people who are taking the journey with us, who are trying to navigate getting to the heart of the truth of what is out there. I think people like what Anthony Ceballos is doing is very important because you may not agree with it. You may think, hey, it's really dangerous what he's doing, but he's out there doing it. He's bringing us the information. He's bringing us the knowledge. I was actually surprised to see you guys show up last night in the chat. That was interesting that you guys were like, because we were talking about Donkey Lady Bridge, and I don't know who told you that we were talking about it. Anthony?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
It was Mary Euler.
She told you, hey, they were talking about Donkey Lady Bridge?
Yeah, and for me, it's kind of like I don't know, man. Like I'm so anal about it because anybody starts talking about it, I won't know what they're saying.
Yeah.
Because I know they're full of crap. So most of the time, they're just going there getting scary, whatever. They really don't know anything about it. So but I remembered, and so I got jumped on.
Yeah, and I think that it's cool that you have been there and done what you've done. I mean, like I've heard so many different stories about the Devil's Backbone, and that's a place that I've been all over. And there's people that'll tell encounters and things, and I don't know, who knows, because there's so much activity there. But if you looked at the map from Austin, I'd say going back, let's go further north to like Georgetown. There's inner space caverns there. And we've had some weird stories about that place. I think that the underground tunnels run all the way from there, all the way to South San Antonio. That's my opinion. I've said that before, that those Schertz caverns, Natural Bridge, I think that they're connected to the inner space caverns. I think it's all connected. And I think that these are past civilizations who had, places that they, and they've just kind of corroded over time. But I think that this is what we're dealing with, is layer upon layer upon layer of civilizations, of aliens coming and going. And now they're saying that aliens are real. It's like, no shit. What are you going to tell me next? Ghosts are real? Like no shit. Like, this isn't some, breaking news to me, And what gets me too about the Bigfoot community is like, they're just looking for a body so they can say that it's real. It is real. Like, how many people have seen the thing now? Like a billion on every
something
country?
real. I've seen it twice.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I mean, my wife, well, I might have saw it. My wife did. She was sitting right next to me, but I was driving. But dude, I mean, it's real. I mean, it's absolutely real. And then we got Dogman, tons and tons and tons of people who've seen the damn things. I've interviewed millions of people, not millions, literally, but a lot, who've seen them. They've seen people have been abducted by aliens. I mean, so many people have been abducted. I mean, what does it take for people to go, okay, this is real? And then these communities, they're all separated and splintered. And these people will literally believe in aliens, but not ghosts. People will believe in ghosts, but not Bigfoot. People will believe in Bigfoot, but not aliens. What is going on here? Like, how daft do you have to be before you finally wake up to the real reality? Portals are real. And what you said, Anthony, about the Black Swan Inn, your language you use. I've said this before on the show. It's a vortex.
Vanilla effect.
The vortex is not a portal. The vortex is a spiritual superhighway. That's what that is. And there is one at the Black Swan Inn. Absolutely, I'm telling you. And then these beings, though, they'll make these smaller like portals to jump in and out of reality, our reality. But they're not. That's not what that is over there. A vortex is like a highway. Anything can come and go. A portal.
The orbs are used too.
personal thing, and then something else can jump through if it's not closed. What were you saying, Tony?
I think the orbs are used to transport like
Yes.
Bigfoot and Dogman.
Mhm.
Because, you know, I noticed David Pilates. I can't remember what his last name is. Anyway,
David
the 411 guy,
Pilates.
Pilates or whatever it is.
David Pilates. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he was talking about that a lot of people, you know, if Bigfoot's around, orbs are around, and so are UFOs being sighted. And so I'm thinking the orb is their little mini ship to get off of the UFO and come down to the surface, and they come out of that. And there's just been too many situations to where, and I saw the video that was shot from a helicopter. They were tracking a Bigfoot in snow, and it just stopped. And I mean, there was nothing but snow for miles around, and the footprints just stopped. There's no Bigfoot, no nothing. So apparently, it got picked up, or left in a orb. And then there was some friend of his that died of a heart attack that used to have a camera that he put on his shoulder pointing backwards, and he caught a Bigfoot materializing in back of him. And I thought that was pretty.
Scott Carpenter. Yeah, read first Ezekiel, Tony, and it talks about Ezekiel's wheel, which is the Ophanim, which is what I believe that these orbs are, where it says that where the spirit goes, where the wheel goes, the spirit goes, because the spirit of the living creature is in the wheel.
Yeah.
So it's telling you, it's like a little interdimensional taxi for these entities.
Yeah.
And just look up faces and orbs on Google, and you'll find hundreds of pictures of people taking pictures of these orbs, and you can see everything from werewolves to gray alien looking things to Bigfoot to whatever. And Wolf's fielded how many encounters where you'll see an orb and then a flash of light, and then all of a sudden there's a Bigfoot or a Dogman or whatever. And like you said, those too late. Sorry, Wolf?
The thing out in California that we talked about, the family out in California, the I don't want to say their last names, but they had, that's every time they would see those flashes of light, something would happen.
Yeah.
I saw a video of an orb. I forgot where it is, but you can see it falling from the sky. It gets real close to the ground, and it's moving, but it's also shooting like light, almost like a scanner, then moves to another spot, does the same thing. And my grandmother told us a story like that when she was younger. She's from Parral, Chihuahua, and her sister is actually the one that told us the story. But so my grandma had two sisters. They were both nuns, and she wasn't. Obviously, that's why I'm here. But she said that there was a time where a couple orbs dropped into the village, and they were just moving through the streets real slow. It's almost like they were cameras, she said.
They scan. I've heard of that before. People have seen a light scan in the forest, and then they see the orb is where it's originating from. So, I've heard about the same thing you're talking about.
Remember that battle over the skies of Germany when they saw all the orbs and all the like tube-shaped things, the white cigar things from like the 1500s? They did the woodcut of it.
1583.
Yeah, they're saying that their energy, their energy, or like their beings made up completely out of energy. They're intelligent, but we don't know what they are supposedly, and they're up in the sky.
Well, I mean, we all become that when we pass away. Once you get past the fourth density, I mean, I hate that. I don't want to get all into
energy.
Yeah, but these things are interacting with like aircraft and stuff.
The orbs in that over Germany were literally blasting each other out of the sky.
Yeah, it was a war
with lasers.
That was actually, I think that was Copenhagen.
Yeah. Okay.
But here's the thing, and then we got to shut it down. But I appreciate everybody jumping on and somebody said air battle over Munich.
I thought there was two of them. I thought there was two recorded.
Oh yeah,
incidents.
there were. I know there was one in like Copenhagen, Denmark, or whatever. And he's right. There was one in yeah, you're right. In Germany,
Germans have reports of dogman attacks during World War II that are not acknowledged by the Allies.
It doesn't matter what they acknowledge because the Soviet released documents talk about it too. The Soviets went through the same shit. In fact, they got attacked pretty hard, but it was during the Finnish because people don't realize World War II. It wasn't. They try to make it so it's so cut and dry, which is bullshit. So they can peddle this bullcrap, scenario that they try to pimp out. That everybody was like, these were the bad guys, and everybody else that they fought was the good guys, and bullshit, whatever. Finland was Germany's ally, and Finland was fighting pretty heavy with Russia. They fought with Russia right before Germany, even before Germany invaded. So they just marched right back into Russia in Army Group A. So what ends up happening, there's this huge war that goes on, and at one of these mountaintops, these beings were said to exist, and the Russians made camp up there. And eventually the Finnish soldiers went up there, and the Russians were all slaughtered.
Yeah.
And the official records from the Soviet released documents literally say that the people were torn apart. They were eviscerated and partially eaten.
Yep.
And so
Giants.
I don't think it was giants, man. I don't know. I don't know that it was giants. I think it was.
I feel like that's the only reason Afghanistan hasn't been conquered is because of that.
Well, the terrain too, but the
tribes,
the Aleut are still there. They've never gone away.
Look up the wolf truce in World War I during the Brusilov offensive when the Russians went through the Black Forest. They flushed out a whole bunch of packs of wolves, and the wolves did so much damage in all the local cities and towns and to both armies that they actually had a 2-week truce so they could round up all of the wolves.
That's a true thing, yeah. They killed over 200.
Imagine, bro, going through that horror and still having the balls to kill each other off after, like, still not waking up, bro.
In World War I, Germany had pretty much won the war until, and Benjamin Friedman talks about it, and Germany had beaten Russia. Germany was fighting a lot of enemies. They took on most of the world, and they had won the war. But then the United States got involved, and that was because of the media. And that was a backstab by the tiny hats, and people don't realize that. And then that led to World War II. But the ultimate goal was to take the two countries, Russia and Germany. Russia, all of the resources and all of the power that they had, bring it to its knees, and they did that through communism. And then for Germany, it was Germany trying to destroy the communism in Russia. The goal was never the lies that they tell. The goal was to actually, because Germany, I just watched a video today about a Latvian woman it was really sad because she was old and she was speaking about how when they evacuated because the offensive turned and to a defense, and that the Germans were in full retreat and the Soviets were coming. And so her whole village evacuated with the German military. And she said, they didn't have to take us in. They didn't have to protect us. She goes, but they did. This is what she said. She said they did. And they didn't need refugees in Germany. They already had a bunch of problems already, and everybody was starving. And she said, but they still took us in, and they fought to the very end, and they defended us until, they collapsed. But she was talking about how they protected them from the Soviets. And then her and her family were able to get to the Allies and get away from the Soviets, who were just monsters. They were, and you see people who just think that the Soviets were the greatest thing ever, and they don't, and because it's fashionable and it's okay to tout that side of it, which is absolutely
What's up with Putin
bullshit.
now, though? He's fighting Rothschild, bro. He says
Because
what's
Germany,
going on? What do you
if
think
you
is
read
going
the
on now?
speeches, which I have, and people haven't, right? But if you listen to what he was talking about destroying communism, and his exact words were to free the Russians from the scourge of communism. This was not what people try to say make it out to be, because he was trying to destroy the international banking apparatus and destroy communism. This is the
Destroy
truth.
everything that they're gearing up, or they were gearing up towards building here, like the little people brothels and all that bad stuff.
Mhm. They
And
had already done that in every country they went to. They rooted them out and got rid of them, and then they say that is the bad thing. No, if you go back and you look, they rewrote history. They lie about everything. They lie about everything. We were lied
fossil
to,
fuels.
and even the Soviet documents released say that this was because they suffered under a communistic regime for years. The NKVD killed 60 million Christians.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real Holocaust? Where is that? Nobody's
Holodomor.
talking about that. And the Holodomor, yeah, and they starved all the people of Ukraine to death. And NKVD literally was 70% Bolshevik tiny hats. And this is what
I
they
don't know
did.
why they allow it to happen, where they still allow that to happen, like in North Korea. Like everybody knows what's going on, but still nobody wants to do anything, bro.
I'll tell you what the thing in North Korea is. Do you realize that North Korea's existence is helping to hamstring China?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. I can explain that real quick, and then I got to run. But I'd love to do a whole dissertation on it on Random Files. There are 3 countries in the East that oppose China. Can anybody guess who they are? Anybody? Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea.
Yeah.
They are international trade partners. They are the Pacific Rim, right? It's crazy. They literally oppose China, and China has to basically prop up the hermit kingdom of North Korea. North Korea they ain't about shit. I promise you, they couldn't fight South Korea one-on-one. I promise you, they can't. How many soldiers do you think would cross that demarcation line, throw their guns down, and probably just want to run over there and be on the South Korean side because, you're eating soup.
Every single one of them.
It's not
Did you hear
hard.
that, bro? Like when they send all the commandos, the North Korean commandos, a lot of them were like, "What is all this stuff, bro? Like food?" And then I heard a bunch of them got
You're
hooked
right.
on
I mean,
adult entertainment videos.
Dude, they made videos. There was whole discords about that.
Mm-hmm.
Literally talking about how the Koreans were just in shock at the Russian soldiers, which was the way it was during World War II. The Russians saw these Germans with timepieces. There was a guy who wrote a book, okay, about there's been a lot of them. I think it was Blood Red. No, it was either Blood Red Snow or Das Reich, one of those books. But anyway, he wrote about how he saw these Russians collecting watches, and they were so fascinated by them because they didn't have any of that over there in paradise, in the communist paradise. And so the North Koreans, they were seeing the Russian soldiers with all of these gadgets and doodads, and they're like, "What is that? Like, what the hell?" Because they don't have any of that shit, right? So North Korea is actually a big problem for China because China has to take care of them now. Hey, you wanted to make the world communist. There it is. But you didn't. You failed. You just made North Korea. But now you have this little problem that it's just kind of there. It's a tick on a dog's ass. So there it is. But what's crazy is that if North Korea goes away, this is the truth, then Korea unites. Then you have a little bit of a problem there because now Korea is taking care of South Korea is going to have to prop up North Korea now and take care of all those people and do all whatever, not China. And China's not going to be responsible anymore. And that saves China a ton of money. And now China would probably be in a lot better position actually to oppose those Pacific Rim trading partners. Or It couldn't
The
usher in
U.S.
a new
would build
golden
more. The
age.
U.S. would build more bases up there, and it would go against China's interests.
Possibly, or the Asians would kick us out and say, look, we're all getting along now. We're all on the same page. And that would be a huge problem for the rest of the world. Because if all the Asians started spitting, we'd all drown. So that would be a problem. And so it's kind of like a good thing that they're there. So United
Not
States
right
has
now,
no
bro, because
interest
of the
in
one-child
knocking them out.
policy. They kind of sank themselves over that. Now there's
They still have that?
they're drowning in their own spit now.
Yeah. Well, I can tell
Mhm.
you this: the world is a very fragile thing right now, and it's on the verge of a war, a collapse, and not just in Iran, but in a lot of different places. There's hot zones. So if the war pops off, I promise you, you're going to see Pakistan and India are going to go at it. India's going to go at it with China. It's going to be everybody's going to start fighting because that's what happened in World War II. Why? How do you think the entire world got involved? Do you think that everybody just picked a side and decided that that's not how it happens? Old scores get
Chain
settled.
reaction.
Yeah.
Chain reaction. While other people are fighting and doing things, you're going like, "Who am I? I don't like F
We're
that guy."
starting to see that south of the border
Nobody's
right
paying
now.
attention to me, so I'm going to punch that dude in the freaking. I'm going to knock. That guy's going to get it.
Well, that's the way the mouse will play.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's over there watching what's going on over there, so I'm going to kick that dude in the balls. That dude's a problem. I'm going to kick him in the balls. That's what's going to
War
happen, and
creates
it's going
opportunity.
to happen. War creates opportunity, absolutely, and it's going to happen. And there's going to be big time problems. And everybody that I've ever talked to who's seen the future, like remote viewers, I don't want to call them remote viewers, but people who claim to have seen versions of our timeline in the future, they all say that there was a big war. They all say that. They all say that there was this huge war, and then everything changed. And it's really weird because everybody's always saying, "Well, we're at the end here. This is the end." But they've been saying this for hundreds of years, for centuries. But is it? Because I think that God's going to let us go until the last person bows and says, "Okay," and then after that, that's it. Then it's done. And we're far from everybody being done. There's still a lot of work to do. And people need to stop looking for the Antichrist and start looking for Jesus Christ, because I hate to break it to all these people who want to see this one man as the Antichrist. That one man is an entire group of people.
It's a spirit.
It is. And their number is 666. Do the math. Do the math, because I'm telling you, there are numbers at play. The Star of Remphan, that they call
faces,
that is six
faces, 6 corners, and 6 what?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I just listened to that earlier.
Yeah, and you'll see these people that claim that they are and they're not, like Revelations 2:9-3:9, and you'll see that that's exactly who they are. That is the synagogue of Satan, and that is the Antichrist. Their entire religion is actually based off of hating Jesus and not believing in him. And if you think I'm joking, go read the Talmud. Go read that, and then you come back and tell me. Our tuition says black cube of Saturn. Absolutely, go read it. And then you'll see the black cube of Saturn is literally
Metatron.
Yeah. Well, Metatron's a little different. What that is the Luciferian. And Abe Finkelstein told us point blank. He said, "Hey, our God is Lucifer." That's what he says. He's very proud of it.
Put them in the burgers and the sausage.
Yep, we put them in the burgers. We take your children and we grind them up, and then we put them in the slaughterhouses and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's like nobody's going to believe it anyway. So we've been telling you for years. And
yeah, and he thought it was he's real cute. Real freaking cute, dude. And then Jaime just made a point about the Muslims. I'm not trying to attack everybody, but I'm going to say this: a follower of Christ, and the Muslims talking about, "Oh, you can't have your dogs." You know what? Kiss my ass, because I can tell you the whole story of how that went down in the Quran.
They're trying to take a protector out of the house, bro.
Yeah, there are, because if you take that protector out of the house,
sense evil spirits. Just like in Terminator 2, when they can tell that the
Exactly.
robots
So
aren't
what does
human.
that tell you about the supposed angel that told Muhammad what he did? What does that tell you? If he wouldn't enter the house because there was a puppy under a bed, right? What does that say about that particular angel? He's fallen, right? So let's get rid of the dogs because dogs and cats can see through the matrix and the lies. So what do? They say we have to get rid of the dogs because dogs will protect you from the
Yeah.
evil.
Hey,
So
before we
then
go, can I tell you guys a story about cats?
about walking on the Quran?
No,
Oh,
it's like something legit. It'll take me probably like 5 minutes.
okay. Hurry up, and then I got to run.
All right. So this one time I was out partying with my friends. I came home, and usually my youngest brother would stay over on Fridays. We play video games and stuff. So I got home, and I was fully expecting him to be there. So first thing I always do when I get home, I check all the doors, windows, and everything. Everything's good. I open my brother's room because I had my own room, and we had some bunk beds in there. And I turned on the light, and the window was open. I was like, "What the heck?" Get up. Well, I go over there. I slide the window closed, lock it, get out of the room, and I turn the light off. And my brother is like, "Hey, wait, can you turn the light back on?" I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Dude, it's like I can hear somebody breathing." And then my other brother, he was also awake. He was on the other bunk. He's like, "You heard it too?" He's like, "Yeah, I heard it. It's like it's somebody breathing that's really like they're really angry." And I was like, "Bro, it's nothing. Go to sleep. I'll be right here in the living room. I'm gonna turn the light off and I'll leave the door cracked." They're like, "Okay." So we had 2 cats, by the way, and so I didn't know where the cats were, but I turned the light off. I'm laying on the couch, and then suddenly I wake up because bright. The light's on. Get back up, turn it off. I'm like drifting off, about to fall asleep. Somebody clicks it back on. And I was like, "It's my brother. He's probably in the kitchen. I didn't hear them. They're probably grabbing water." Nah, bro. I get up, I go look. There's nothing there. So I was like, "All right, whatever." Turn the light off again. Boom, fall asleep. I wake up to the sound of my cats fighting each other. I wake up, I look over next to the couch, and it totally looks like the cats are fighting. But you know what? You ever seen 2 cats fighting? There's like fur going everywhere. So I noticed they weren't actually scratching each other. They were clawing at something, but they weren't fighting each other. And then they both kind of stopped for a second. And so, all right, perfect right here. Let me see if I can turn the camera around. Anyway, no. So let's say this was my couch. I was laying right here in that corner. Let's say there's a TV right here, right next to me. I saw the carpet. I heard footsteps walking towards the corner, but I also saw the carpet lifting as somebody was walking towards that corner, and the cats were following like the footsteps, like clawing. And then finally, when they reached the corner, they stopped. But I'm telling you, man, yeah, those things are real. Like, or cats can actually see.
They can. So can dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not all of them now. Some of them, some animals are NPCs like people.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen
I heard
dogs. that
cats
just,
mostly though. Cats more than
nothing.
anyone. I heard most cats, like all cats can, or like.
You know, I used to believe that was the case. That it was like cats had more of an ability, but I know now that's not the case. In my opinion, they can all see it. They can all see it. It's all cats and dogs
You
have
see
the
it in
same
corner of
ability.
your eyes and the edge, slightly
Yeah.
out.
I see that.
Mhm.
I've
Not every
had
day.
cats that were like, and then dogs that were super hyper aware. Like
Or
our
when you
border
feel like,
collies, dude. Those are they're man. I tell you what, man. Cooper, right, Anthony Cooper, dude. Tell him.
Yeah, Cooper will just start like he'll look at something and it either behind you or by you, around you, won't even be acknowledging you, and he'll just start growling. He'll just be like,
yeah.
like
You know how
he'll see stuff and then he doesn't like it.
Yeah,
you know
knows.
also how they say that the owner of the house is the only person that can pray over it. So I didn't know. Well, I heard that about a month and a half after I stayed at my friend's house. But I remember I was we were watching that new TED show. I was over in Nebraska, and this dude's all like, "Hey, dude, I got to use the restroom." So he got up and left, and then I was there alone with his dog. He was just chilling on his little dog bed. And then he just picks his head up and he's staring into the kitchen. All the lights are off on that side. He starts growling, and then I was like, "What the heck?" And I was like, "Just ignore it." And then there's a mirror hanging on the wall, and then I saw a shadow just go. Whew. And then I heard, like, this dude just started growling even like harder, and he kind of started barking like very lightly, like, and then I started praying. And my friend's always depressed, dude. He's like by himself, and so I was like, "Yo." So I started praying, and then it didn't go away right away. I prayed for like 20 seconds, and then boop, suddenly stopped. But I mean, I guess prayer is more effective if the homeowner does it, but you can pray over your friend's home too. So
You can help them, yeah, but you are right though.
Yeah.
The owner has to be the one to actually kick them out. I have a feeling about that. I don't know 100%, but I think that's the case because I have seen people who had done things, like to get rid of their friends' spirits or whatever, and the people that they're helping aren't really on board. So
yeah,
it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
or they've done something that they're keeping from you,
hmm
It's an
and then
authority issue.
yeah,
You
It's
have
an
authority
authority
over your family.
or it's
or your
something
house.
that's tying that energy down to something negative that they did, and they're not telling anyone, but they're like, "I have all these problems. I want it to stop," but they don't want to. The way to get rid of it is by like repenting and admitting
Well,
that you
now
were
that you
wrong.
got me down this rabbit hole here, let me ask you this, Anthony Ceballos. You're a ghost hunter, right? Would you define yourself as that?
I mean, I guess that's what I'm labeled.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on that as a ghost hunter? Do you believe that cats and dogs can see them? And what?
Oh yeah, I mean, I got my cats, and I've had my cats. I've had cats since I was little, and they sleep with me. Yeah, they're black.
I have one black cat. I
There's
have
two of them, and one of them sleeps with me every night. I mean, and he'll sleep right here on my shoulders, but he does the same thing too. He looks back. He looks behind me, back at the headboard, and he'll just stare like at the wall. So I usually just grab him and I just kind of tell him, "Hey, teach me what you see. Show me, let me see what you see."
Be careful what you ask for.
yeah, I don't seeing it though, but you don't let it scare you. I mean, I know it's hard to do, it's hard to say, but it's not for the faint of heart at times. But I've seen spirits. I mean, I've seen them straight up.
For me, bro, what happens before I see something? Not every time, but as of lately, it's been happening. Like if all the noise just leaves, I feel like the air pressure change. And then whatever happens next happens. But
yeah, I think it's weird too. There are a lot of Hispanic people who don't like cats. And I've seen that happen too. Like Mexicanos in particular, they're just like, nah, pinche gatos, like they don't like them, dude. And I'm just like, what is your
popular belief?
Well, because of the superstition of the bruja, and the brujos and brujeria, they believe that these things can carry. But the Arabs are the same way. They'll believe that there's like this shapeshifter, it could be a jinn, and they won't even kill a snake in their house. They'll take it and take it out because, get this, they're afraid of being taken by the jinn and being judged because they have courts. And doesn't that remind you of the Seelie and unseelie courts of the Fae? Yeah, because they'll grab you and take you to their court, and they have no authority over you, no power. I had a woman that was being abducted she was taken by them, and she's like, I was scared, I didn't know what to say. I would have said, like, by what authority do you have to take me? In the name of Christ, I tie, bind, and rebuke you. You're not a person either. A person can physically do that. They're breaking all kinds of spiritual laws, and I can tell you this right now, you have no authority to do this. Period. I mean, no. I've literally been out of my body and had something similar like that. Like I was accosted, and I was just like, that's what I did. That's what I said. And it stopped. It wasn't
a lot of people just say, "Please don't hurt me. I'll do whatever you say," though. Like,
That's what weak men will do. Weak people will say and do because they're weak. That's what weak people do.
Or they don't know.
They don't understand. But that there again, we die for lack of knowledge. Jesus says that over and over again. My people are dying. They're dying for lack of knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't. Rita says, "Made it." You just now got here, Rita. Where have you been? Jeez,
Dang it,
Louise,
Rita.
been here almost 4 hours. But no, seriously. I mean, that is the authority you have. I want to say this before I go. I want to record with you, Wraith, because you've been on the show now twice. This is your second time on the live stream, but we have the pod people over there in podcast land, and a lot of them won't watch the YouTube channel. They just will not do. I don't know why. I mean, there was one that was really, he aggravated me. I like the guy, but his name was John, and he would just message me all the time about stuff and ask a million questions that had been answered on the YouTube channel. And I said, dude, you don't watch the YouTube channel, do you? And he was like, well, yeah, I'm going to. And he never was. His name was John Bankhead. He gave me a story one time. I told the story. Nice guy, but all he ever did was just, he would only listen to the podcast. Because we started out with that and we put it on YouTube, but that was all he would do, was just that. He would never go beyond the original podcast. And I told him, I said, dude, if you don't start watching the YouTube, you're going to be so far behind on what's going on. But there are tens of thousands of people who listen to our show on the podcast, and they don't go to YouTube. So I would love to record with you, Wraith, and then have you tell that story so that I can put it on Spotify, because we're monetized on Spotify, and that's where a lot of them are. And we could do it for Spotify. And then you, Chado, we need to record with you, period. I need to be, so we can take your information and have it for posterity, Yeah. And I was going to extend this to you, Chaplain Tony. If you wanted to, with some of these pre-records, I'd love to have you sit in and offer your insight into some of this, because we do kind of a roundtable on some of these recordings. Yeah. And Richard's been there with his big mouth, he's a what do you call that? He's always talking about everything's a psyop. You're that
Blackpilled. He's a plant.
He's a plant to get the shield to get us
demonetized.
Get us demonetized by talking all this shit.
You're a deep state plant.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that.
By saying all the things you said.
Yeah. The two
Are
things.
you a CIA operative?
Yeah.
No.
That's what an operative would say.
That's what an operative would say.
Exactly.
But even an operative, though, would have his own place to say some things and be whatever. I mean, what does it matter? We're being watched all the time anyway. But I mean, I can say this too. I have a friend, right? I have a friend, and he used to be a drug dealer. He's not anymore, but it's on his resume, right? Okay. But he was a big drug dealer. He pushed a lot of crap. And so he would go in and he would sweep his house for bugs. He was super paranoid, I knew this guy since we were young, man, like we thought we were little badass chavalitos, back in the day, whatever. I was like, dude, why are you so paranoid, bro? I'm thinking, we're in our 30s, surely, and he's grown out of this shit. He's like, oh, and I'm like, you bitch up and you're still doing this? And I said, man, I'm not in your house, man. Somebody could come kick in the door and I'm over here talking to you, man. Like, so I made a rule. I said, man, I'm not going to go inside, your house, whatever, because you're doing all this bullshit. And then he stops. He gets, whatever. Gets his life cleaned up, whatever. He stops whatever bullshitting that he's doing. And then he has a friend that he gets pulled over, and that guy's got shit on him. And so then he gets in trouble for what that dude, because that dude wouldn't take responsibility for his shit. It was a small bullshit, right? So he did it like a couple years, right? And so it was supposed to do a nickel. He ended up doing half of it, and he got out. Good behavior, whatever. But that's karma, He's doing all that shit for all them years. You never got caught. That's what you get. So he gets in trouble. And then he tells me, he says, dude, I always thought that these people that were after me, that they were working for the law, right? And they were doing all this shit. He goes, so while I'm in prison, get this, he tells me, he says, one of my homeboys tells me, he says, dude, nah, man. He goes, it wasn't the law that was informing them, your movements and everything. He said they were using brujeria. He's like, told him, he says they were literally having people come out of their body and they were in your house watching your moves. Yeah. And he said,
That's
and
real,
that's how
man.
your enemies knew. It wasn't some dirty cop that had turned you in because you almost got killed. That's why. And he said, how did they know this shit? And he said, dude, oh yeah, dude. And this dude was in the know, like he knew. And he said, yeah, they're using, you know, brujas, and there's people that they'll come out of their bodies.
Yeah.
And some of these
Next time.
cartels are just as organized as the freaking military, dude. Look at what happened with El Hecho or Hecho. What's his name that they killed?
Mencho.
And
I
Mencho.
told you they were organized, bro. You kept saying it's a doggy. I mean, they do kill each other always at work, but they are organized, man. They're the ones that taught us all that.
Yeah,
But
they have this, and then it was, what was it? The FBI director, the little dumbass. He was over there bragging about how they didn't, and so they went and started shooting up the airport and did all kinds of crap. But I've known for years, though, from my own experience, how they put curses and things on the drugs and everything else. You know, and I
to
was like,
protect the
holy
shipments.
shit. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it becomes invisible to people, right?
Yeah, there's also their fields that they grow in. They have those protected by otherworldly entities as well.
Yep, they call them sentinels. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you're sitting there and you're, you know, so that's what happened to him. He kept saying he felt like he was being watched. His house was bugged, and he kept trying to get somebody to come and check. And they kept telling him, we're not finding anything, but there are electromagnetic impulses in the walls and stuff. He's like, oh, so he was tearing open the walls looking for a bug that wasn't there. It was a spirit the whole time. They were spirits that were watching him.
That's funny. My friend too, by the way, real quick, he was like that. He was a piece of dirt doing that in high school. And he said suddenly, for some reason, he just thought like, hey, you know what? This is wrong. Like, what am I doing? He's all like, I shouldn't be selling this stuff. And then he said, as soon as he decided, like he made his mind up right there. And then he's like, I'm never doing this again. I just started puking up black goo.
The black goo.
Yeah, but he was one of those guys that's super atheist, super like he doesn't believe in all that stuff. And then he started hanging out. Yeah, he started hanging out with me, bro. He started hanging out with me, and he told me that story. And I was like, let me show you something. I showed him a couple of your videos about the black goo, and then now we have another Christian brother, so that's good.
Good.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, because the more people that can realize this and figure out that this is what this is.
My brother-in-law also, bro, he's just like, how come you see all this stuff? It's not real. You're making it up. Let me see it. I want to see. I want to see. And I was like, bro, stop saying that. And then he just kept hounding and hounding. And I was like, bro, if you really want to see this stuff, ask of the Father. Tell God to show you. He's like, why would I do that? Why would I? I was like, stop. Yeah. And then he was like a huge Bible knocker. And now he's a Christian. He's my brother-in-law. But one night he was driving, and I think I told the story before on here, but he was at a gas station. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning. Nobody there except for him outside. He's pumping gas, or he's getting ready to pump some gas. He's walking towards the store, and you hear, you know, the ice coolers with the double doors. One of them just starts opening and closing, opening and closing, opening and closing. And then he's like, what the heck? It's not even windy. Then he started hearing, help me, like a woman, like screaming, like pounding on from the inside out. And but the doors still go. He gets close, and then it stops. And then he's all like, ah, man. He opens it, completely empty. There's not even a single bag of ice in there. And I was like, there you go, bro. Another one, he's all like, there's this like trash smell, like this, like it's an open sewer, bro. Like it just leaves and comes back. And sometimes it's in the corner and it just keeps moving around. He's like, but when I look, there's nothing there. And it comes for a few moments and then it goes away. And I was like, you know what that means, huh? And he's like, there's no demons around me, bro. There's no demons following me around. And I was like, I didn't have to say it, dude.
Yeah, it's an unclean spirit. That's why it smells like crap and garbage. It's unclean.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, we got to run, man. I am way behind. I got to get a couple things done, and I got doctor's appointments tomorrow. My wife, please pray for her that everything is good. We have things happening in our lives, and
God bless you, Nelly.
Yeah, man. We got things we got.
Josh,
I'll direct a good strong prayer tonight.
Yeah.
Chaplain.
What's
Josh,
going
I
on?
made it to 75.
Today, your birthday or what?
No, February 14th.
Oh wow.
So
That's
I've started
actually
my
the day that me and Nelly started talking was on Valentine. I interviewed her, and then, you know,
I would never have guessed 75, Tony.
No, no kidding.
Well, I've started my 76 rotation around the sun.
Congratulations.
Richard is down there going, you know, that's not how it works.
I was thinking
Yeah.
that, but I didn't
You guys
say
are
it.
too-
Yeah.
Yeah, don't even try to lie. Don't try to lie.
Hey, I know we never
Fly
done
Eagles.
this. I know we never done this. Do you want to let Chaplain close out with a prayer?
Sure.
All right.
Chaplain Tony, you lead us in prayer.
All right. Father God, we ask you to pour out your grace and mercy upon us. Give us wisdom and understanding. Help us to see the truth and to understand what the dark side is doing so that we can be your troopers in the world to bring peace and harmony to others in your saving grace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Father.
Amen.
You know, I want to close with one thing that I did a little thing on here recently. It's called perspective. You know, sometimes we think that something bad has really happened to us, but sometimes if you change your perspective of what's going on, you may find out that the Lord is actually trying to teach you something.
Yeah.
And to reach out to you and just think about perspective and see if the next time something happens, like I had a pet die one time, and I was really bad at the Lord for a while when I had a pet wolf and he died, and then I after I kind of cooled off, I prayed for guidance, and that's when I learned about perspective, and it was like, well, you got to have him for 12 years. And I started thinking about, well, if you look at it from that point of view, it was a gift. But a lot of times we can all get pretty self-centered and think that, well, my car broke down. Well, how long have you had the car? And it didn't have any problems. And we live in a fallen world. Bad stuff is going to happen to good people. But just remember all of the blessings that you have. And, you might want to try dedicating all that you have to the Lord and ask him, what can I do today to bring your love into the world and to help other people find you and make their way to heaven through your saving grace. And that's it for me. Talk to y'all next week, maybe.
Love you, Tony. God bless,
All
buddy.
right, Tony. Thank you. God bless you.
All right,
Thank you,
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bless you, Chaplain.
So I'm going to let everybody run here. Ray, thank you for coming on. Chado, I'm going to let you bounce. Hit me up, Chado, so we can set up a time to record. We got to get this done, man.
All right. Yes, sir. Let me know, brother.
I will. And so, Ray, thank you for coming on and joining us. Me and Richard here. Richard's my Monday co-host. When he's not trying to get me in trouble with the YouTube algorithms,
Won't happen again.
It happens every episode. What are you talking about?
I highly doubt it will not happen again, but we still love you and Jesus loves you too.
Again, thank you. Again this week.
But thank you for having me on. I mean, it really helped to put a lot of pieces together.
Yeah.
Just from last night and tonight. I mean, it's all making sense to me. The other little parts that are there.
Yeah.
And there's still so much more. I mean, I'm barely just tapped into it just tonight. I mean, there's so much.
Yeah, for sure. And hit me up, dude, so we can set up a time to record so I can drop it for the podcast.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Anthony. Don't be a stranger, man. We'll see you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Thanks, buddy.
So
was a
Richard,
great.
what do you think? Another good Monday, right? We had
That
a
was
good
awesome.
4
Other than
hours of talking
slip
about
up or two.
just you.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just
It was
you being
great.
whatever. All right, man. I love you, brother. We'll see you.
Love you too. God bless you guys. Love you all. Thanks,
I
Anthony.
think we're recording on Thursday. So
Okay, perfect. Hit me up.
All right, later.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
So there you have it, folks. Another Monday is in the books. We had yesterday. Don't forget tomorrow night. If you're still here with us right now, go join the Patreon. Join the Patreon. It's a $10 minimum, but you get a swag bag, which is a merch crate, basically a merch crate full of nice stuff. Merch crate if you get the higher tier. The $10 buy-in gets you an autographed book from one of many different authors. You know, it could be anybody that's connected to the show in some way. And you get keychains, stickers, whatever. And we throw in other stuff, you know. But yeah, join the Patreon. It's a heck of a way to support the show, and you will get the Tuesday show, the Tuesday live stream tomorrow night. Bigfoot and the Nature of Reality in Missouri. That's what we're doing. We're going to Missouri. We're gonna talk about some weird stuff. We always bring out the map, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
We bring out the map and we show you the area. Last time it was Timberline Ridge or something in Estes Park, Colorado.
Yeah.
Was where the encounter came from.
Timber Creek. I think.
Timber Creek Ridge, yeah. And then this week it's in Missouri. I'm not going to tell you where because it's a surprise, but join the Patreon. You won't be disappointed. And then on Wednesday, we'll be back. And we're going to talk about some weird stuff. And then Thursday, we do the members only. That's the members only on Thursday. And that is a pre-record we're going to drop. And I don't know what Anthony or Tony have planned. I'm letting them just decide what they want to drop, what they want to do. I just do the shows and they drop them. Friday is we have a guest. We're back with Sage Cooley. I think he's got next week and then a week after, whatever. Then it's Joel Bonet. And then after that, it's going to be Takayasha and all of her stuff. But it just keeps going. Every Friday we have a guest. All right. And then you saw Monday, we always have guests. And then we're right back on Saturday. We are True Crime Paranormal on Saturday. And who knows? If you're really nice, you're really nice and very giving and caring and loving to me, I might drop a PRT episode after True Crime Paranormal. If we can hit, I'm gonna tell you this: if we can get at least 1,000 people views on the True Crime Paranormal episodes, I'll start dropping a pre-record every Friday for you guys. If we can get 1,000 people to go and watch True Crime Paranormal every Saturday, I'll start dropping one so you can watch True Crime Paranormal, and then afterwards I'll have a PRT episode for you. But that's only if we can do that. So I'm trying to get that channel going and get it built, and we got it built, but we're trying to get it going. It's part 2 of the Chris Watts, whatever. The guy's a real piece of work. And then on Sunday, and then on Saturday, that's on Saturday. Then on Sunday, we're right back doing what we did yesterday, which is retelling people's encounters on the show. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for making the show what it is. You, the audience. Thank you to all the guests who came and presented their stories and everything we got going on. Please go like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe to like all of our episodes. Just go through the entire catalog if you could, if you would be so nice and just like all of our episodes. That would help the show immensely. It really would. And I know a couple people who've done that for me. I appreciate that. Go back and like everything. Leave comments and like and subscribe. And please subscribe to Dead Zone Transmissions. I need people to subscribe to Nellie's channel, Dead Zone Transmissions. I need people to go and subscribe. We're going to be starting to do stuff in March on Random Files. Please go like and subscribe to Random Files, and please like and subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, and then like and subscribe to True Crime Paranormal. And there's the link right there that Madeline just posted for us. Everybody, also don't forget Nellie's music is available on iTunes, right?
Yeah, iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, on their Paranormal Sound Table.
Paranormal Sound Table, right? Go check it out. And she also drops her music on to Random Files too. So to everybody who was here tonight, thank you. We got to run. We appreciate you. We love you. Good night.
Is it safe to fall asleep? Is it safe to dream? Eyes open to all these weird things. Alice knew what she had to do. Keep calm and journey on. A splendid time it could be, taking the high road blissfully. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Hectic white rabbit racing against the clock, but Alice had another thought. She knew she ruled the plot, so she ate this and drank that. Was simple as tit for tat. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. A caterpillar smoke rings, he really thought he knew things. Two sides to the same thing, blowing smoke rings, cool and cryptic, but Alice didn't miss it. Big or small, Alice would not fall. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Floating smiles disappearing, sitting in a tree, smiling constantly. A type of madness with clarity, as the Cheshire cat kept grinning. Alice took what she could and headed back into the woods. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Mad Hatter tea party with dormers and hair, they could have lost their minds anywhere, but it was neither here nor there, for Alice really didn't care. Tea time with madmen, a swamp of thoughts. Alice got up and walked off. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Unbothered so far, the Queen of Hearts with her guards. You're nothing but a pack of cards. You can paint the roses red and be off with their heads, but I'm still asleep in my bed. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Alice remained unbothered, you see, for she knew